Yeah.
Sometimes witty, always smart. We get to talking and we make it art. Articles and clips, big, clean and sharp. Little truth bombs right from the start. Come through, tap that like. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and suck tonight. Suck tonight. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and notified. Notified. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and come join the light. Join the light. Yeah. Yeah. Clips in the folder, notes on the side. Big ideas talking, small things tried. We laugh a little, then we go deep. He gives you a you know what, and we don't sleep. Come through, tap that light. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6 pounds and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 pounds and suck tonight. Suck tonight. Stanley cross 6,000 notified. Notified. Stanley cross 6,000 join the light. Join the light. Yeah. Yeah. Mother Effie said, but I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying stay a while. If the take feels right, then bring your style. Smart talk, warm laugh, that's the code we chose. One more clip for the road and off we go. Stanley cross 6 times and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 times and suck tonight. Suck tonight. Stanley cross 6 times and know the vibe. You know the vibe. Stanley cross 6 times, come join the light. Join the light.
Yeah.
Sometimes witty, always smart. We get to talking and we make it art. Articles and clips, big, clean and sharp. Little truth bombs right from the start. Come through, tap that like. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and hit the light. Hit the light. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and suck tonight. Suck tonight. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and notified. Notified. Stanley cross 6 thumbs and come join the light. Join the light. Clips in the folder, notes on the side. Big ideas talking, small things tried. We laugh a little, then we go deep. He gives you a you know what, and we don't sleep. Come through, tap that light. If you want the real, we keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harming. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 6,000, hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000, sup tonight, sup tonight. Stanley cross 6,000, know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000, join the light, join the light. Yeah, yeah, Mother Effie said, but I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying stay a while. If the take feels right, then bring your style. Smart talk, warm laugh, that's the code we chose. One more clip for the road and off we go. Stanley cross 6,000, hit the light, hit the light. Stanley cross 6,000, sup tonight, sup tonight. Stanley cross 6,000, know the vibe, know the vibe. Stanley cross 6,000, come join the light, join the light.
Well, welcome to Stanley versus the World, folks. I'm just trying out something new. Let me give a huge compliment to uh-oh, is this playing again? God damn it. I'm never gonna get this technical stuff right now, am I? Latino for Trump. Let's talk about it. 1212 Latino for Trump. You probably all know him. This young man got kind of the spirit of the show. He hit a home run with this fucker. It is the best theme song. It just gets it right. You know, yeah, I'm gonna be kind of mean, but I don't really mean it. You know, sometimes it's just, harsh jokes. I'm not the most perfect host or anything like the sort, but I was just listening to the Boyd Star, and I might just start off with that because I was expecting harsh criticism, and the boy was ivory soap. But the reason I'm actually doing this stream is, I did a little bit of cursory research into Margaret Sanger, and it was sparked by Latino for Trump's co-host Jewel. And years ago, I kind of looked into Margaret Sanger, and this weirdness about, oh, she was the devil and an anti-black eugenicist. She wants to get rid of all the blacks. Well, like a woman of her time, the eugenics surrounding the African slave, the quote, black American population, it's still here. It's always been here. It's been here since pre-America. I don't see Margaret Sanger is any worse than, say, a George McGovern. So, that's partially what the show is about. I figured I'd toss on, I spent some time on CT's panel yesterday, which, in retrospect was kind of interesting because I ran into the usual suspects like American Man and Hafez and all those weirdos. Um, I hadn't been on a CT panel in a few months, and I enjoyed it. CT is always probably too nice to me, but I think he just knows I'm an old man, and hey, what's the harm if he makes a few harsh jokes? Hey, what's up, Con? No, this is not karaoke night. I would never do that, but I am. I'm literally going. I'm amazed that I appreciate people, even if it's AI music stuff or AI like graphic art. Dude, the only C I ever made in high school was in art class because I'm math, science, and art. I'm taking it because I have to take it. And I have zero artistic talent. I can write fairly well, but that's about the only thing I can do. Visual art, ugh, horrible. And Mrs. Gold was the teacher. She hated me. Probably not like literally hated, but I was the bane of her existence. The only reason I got away. Let me tell you, you know what? I was the bane of her existence. But let me tell you a story. I was talking to my father today, and we were talking about his grandson, my son. He's back in school. So, as my father is always horrible for doing, we were talking about, well, my son is starting his junior year. This is an important year. I will probably visit the campus every now and again just to have lunch and check on him. I really haven't done it, first couple years, but I probably need to. And my father's right, and I know he's right. You need to, just don't. Everything's going good, but every now and again, you got to do that Reagan trust but verify. And I trust my son implicitly. I trust the way I raised him. But I went to the University of Georgia every now and again. When you're young, you parents need to trust but verify. So I'm going to do a little bit more of that. My son is doing well. He is actually, for an engineering school, he's got over a 3.0. He's going to graduate, but sometimes, you need to trust but verify. And you know what? Shit, next spring, whatever. But the parental spidey sense. So anyway, my father and I are talking, and I told my father or reminded him about a seventh grade thing where, my son got a C in some fluff class. And I knew instantly he's fucking off. So I emailed the teacher, and the teacher's like, well, your son would make an A, but he's auditioning. He seems to be auditioning for Saturday Night Live. Now, my son has a good sense of humor. And when I got that email back, because the teacher hadn't called me, I saw my son's mid-term report or report card or whatever it was, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? A C? This is a cakewalk class. So, I contacted the teacher who wasn't actually a professional teacher. He was some civilian, teaching like, hey, this is what you can do with engineering and science. And anyway, so my father's like, well, the chip didn't fall too far from the block. You used to do the same thing. You were quite the comedian in school. So I was, but leave it to my father to remind me, well, you know what? Don't be talking too much shit, that your son did it because you did it too. So that's the value of talking to your father every now and again. He will remind you that, he's just like you at that age. Now my son made an A in the class because now I know Mr. Saturday Night Live either makes an A in the class or he can get his ass out and actually audition. So anyway, it's kind of I love talking to my father. My son's out, back in his natural environment apparently, and you know, I'm making pizza dough. This show is way later than I intended it to be. I thought about pushing it off till tomorrow, but this Margaret Sanger thing, is kind of, been in the back of my mind, mostly just to, push back on the bullshit that I heard on on Let's Talk About It 1212. Um, Margaret Sanger's no saint, but she's also not, the worst thing that's ever happened to the black community. I think black people love whipping posts without research or actually critical thinking as much as the hillbilly whites. And really, that's the only reason I want to talk about Margaret Sanger, mostly to push back at Jewel of Aquarius. I sometimes don't get the hippie right. And she is a hippie. She's a hippie MAGA. And all I have to say is she is an enigma for sure. So, anyway, this is the Margaret Sanger thing. And we'll watch it and we'll talk about it. I don't even know how much I care about it at this point because I was on Napstar, who literally, it was like hearing the Pillsbury Doughboy do um, a, a set at the comedy store. It was so much pablum, and he swore he was gonna whip my ass. Oh, Stanley, it was it was so embarrassing. I'm gonna talk about it, but I'm not gonna show it, mainly to protect his reputation on YouTube. That boy, he needs to stick to his talent, which is like, dude, what are you doing? Teach on the res or whatever the fuck your profession is. You are not entertaining. And I, I was actually kind of shocked, because, I'll go to a show, hey, he's live. He doesn't go live much. So I hopped in there. And as soon as I hopped in there, he was like, oh, Stanley, I was thinking about you. And then he just goes in on this weak ass motherfucking bullshit. And I'm like, okay, well, let's go. Let's see what you got. And then Garion drops the link. Cause I'm like, well, if you got so much smoke, I can come up to your panel. So I'm like, drop the link. So it's Garion who does it, not Boitstar. So I clicked the link and the motherfucker wouldn't let me up to his panel. He just kept talking, mispronouncing Du Bois. It's Du Bois' son. Someone I don't even know in his chat had to correct. Dude wants to talk black shit, and he's literally Elmer's glue. It's like kids could eat it and not OD because it's just a bunch of like safe shit. First graders, if the kids get a little bit of glue or it smells good and they lick it, it'll be okay because the shit's not poisonous unless in imbibe a lot of it. Napstar, this is your mention. No need to show the failure, but son, you're gonna come after me. You better get help because I don't think you have it in you. You're not raised that way. You're a nice boy. you you are a nice child. You weren't raised to go up against a 61-year-old black man who was raised in the South. Dude, I'll get mean and just do the 1,000 cuts just because I can. It's in my DNA and obviously not in yours. And your God, Dr. Boy, dude, that boy, Universal Jones, he's way young. He wasn't raised in the South either. So, he can try, but I'm always, dude, y'all need to stick to your Boyd studies. Don't come after Grandpa Stanley, because Grandpa Stanley, literally, you'll wind up being my breakfast cereal because you're dry and you're uninteresting. So that is my opening monologue on Dr. Boyd and Boyd Star. So let's listen to this. And this is kind of speaking of pablumized, but it's probably, you know what? Let me make sure I got this one right. Did that jump ship? Let me make sure I got this.
Thank you very much.
In 1957, pioneering birth control advocate Margaret Sanger appeared on the Mike Wallace interview program and engaged in a wide-ranging discussion from the use of birth control to the incidence.
So the most interesting thing is going to be about Philip Morris cigarettes. And then I do have a couple more things. This is going to be Margaret Sanger light. And the whole point of me bringing it up is I really don't like hearing people like Jewel of Aquarius who know their whole American history from YouTube panels and just like it's total ignorance. Jewel of Aquarius has a Be Brave style education. It's all hearsay and what sounds good. It's not actually learning facts and evaluating facts and giving the facts your own spin or narrative. I don't know why. I don't know why she ever. She should just be what she is, which is just some, crystal loving, MAGA woman. So that's that.
Of divorce. This program runs about 25 minutes.
Good evening. What you're about to witness is an unrehearsed, uncensored interview on the issue of birth control. It will be a free discussion of an adult topic, a topic that we feel merits public examination. Tonight, we go after the story of the woman who violated convention and bucked powerful opposition to lead the birth control movement in America. You see her behind me. She is Mrs. Margaret Sanger, who was thrown into jail 8 different times for her efforts. If you're curious to know why Mrs. Sanger has devoted her life to the birth control movement, if you'd like to hear her answer to the charge that birth control is a sin, and if you want to get her views on politics, divorce, and God, we'll go after those stories in just a moment. My guests' opinions are not necessarily mine. The stations are my sponsors, Philip Morris Incorporated, but whether you agree or disagree, we feel that none should deny the right of these views to be broadcast. And now to our story. When Mrs. Margaret Sanger opened the first birth control clinic in the United States back in 1916, birth control was a dirty word. The police threw her into jail as they were to do 7 more times during her crusade, a crusade that still faces the reasoning but unalterable opposition of the Roman Catholic Church. That crusade kept Mrs. Sanger away from her children for long periods. It helped to break up her first marriage, and she suffered constant, harrowing social abuse. Mrs. Sanger, in view of all of that, let me ask you this first of all. Why did you do it? I realize that You had an intellectual conviction that birth control was a boon to mankind, but I'm sure that others have that conviction too. And so what I'd like to know is this: what events, what emotions in your life made Margaret Sanger a crusader for birth control?
Well, Mr. Wallace, it's hard to say that.
Let me make one comment here. There's a version of this interview out on YouTube that's got the Philip Morris cigarette commercials. Apparently, the C-SPAN version doesn't, they were cut out or edited out, which is actually better. However, I guess I should put that link into the show notes too. All the links I'm going to show, by the way, are in the show notes. Y'all, please make sure you hit the like button as you go in or come out. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to it for no particular reason. You know, you might like it, you might not. You know, that's kind of the way it goes these days. The criticism I've gotten today from Boyd Starr, you know, and apparently he says there are a lot of people that feel the way he feels out there. And you know what? That's fine. Let them come up or let them not come out. I'm not going to tell people how to feel, but I'm not going to change, you know, not unless I have to. The other interesting thing that Boyd Starr said is, and this is kind of important because he kind of got my attention on this one. You know, you abuse women, you know, I abuse women, you know, and he started naming names. And I'm like, well, no, you misunderstand what the dynamic. I consider women my intellectual equals until they prove that they aren't. And, you know, it's the same way with men. You're my intellectual equal or you're not. And if you come up here and act a fool, how I react is how I react. He mentioned Tina. I'm like, well, I've had at least one substantive conversation with Tina, and I literally said she is better than she acts. I literally told this woman once that one time we talked and you were just in some flannel shirt, kind of doing mom things. I found that way more attractive than the party girl with her tits hanging out and cammed out, you know, being a 304 e-girl. I found her kind of normal look way more enticing. Now, that's my truth. That's the way I perceive it. I don't see it as abuse. And if people get mad about that, I think normal life is good. I think camming up and, you know, titties hanging out, you know, just to get likes and viewers, I find that offensive if you're a mother of two. Sorry, that is literally, you know, maybe it's a 61-year-old attitude, but, you know, she keeps saying she can call her N-word. Well, I want to talk to her N-word because I'd love to know what he thinks about her behavior, cammed up, titties hanging out online. And if you have a problem with that, fuck you, Boyd Starr. I've been married. I've had a mother of my child that I lived with until death. And that's my opinion. I had two parents who were married for 59 years until death did them part. I'm sorry if I don't agree to the depravity because I think it is depraved behavior. How about forego the titty hanging dress and be the woman you actually are or could be? And, you know, we don't need a whole lot of Delta Novembers with the tongues hanging out What good is it doing your children who are actually the most important? So that's my attitude, and fuck those who disagree with me. And especially if you're not pussy enough to come up here and talk to me about it, or if I'm on your channel, you won't let me up to confront you on your depraved opinion. It is what it is. Pussies fail. And I said what I said. Don't come to the channel. Don't come up to the panel if you disagree. Just fucking stay away.
Any one thing has made one do this or that. I think from the very beginning, I came of a large family. My mother died young, 11 children. That made an impression on me as a child. I was a trained nurse, went among the people. I saw women who asked to have some means whereby they wouldn't have to have another pregnancy too early after the last child, the last abortion, which many of them had. So there's a number of things that are one after the other that really made you feel that you had to do something.
There are some other possible reasons that suggest themselves on reading your biography by Lawrence later. Your mother, as you say, died prematurely after bearing 11 children. She was born a Catholic, was she not?
She was born a Catholic, yes.
And
in Ireland.
Your father was a sort of a village atheist who clashed with church authorities, and because of his atheism, his earnings dwindled under community pressure. You and your brothers and sisters were known as, quote, children of the devil, end quote. Could it be, then, that in part at least, you were driven emotionally toward the birth control movement because of antagonism toward the church, because that was a way to fight the church?
No, I don't think I had anything of the kind in mind. I was what I would call a born humanitarian. I don't like to see people suffer. I don't like to see cruelty, even to this day. And in nursing, you see a great deal of cruelty and unnecessary suffering. At that time, there was no opposition as far as the church was concerned, any church.
You know, Con, that is interesting comment, but, you know, in a way, what I really ought to do is just switch over to MOT's show. He did a live earlier today, and in some ways it was inspiring. It explained a lot. But, you know, these Delta Novembers, like a Universal Jones who is in his 40s, father of daughters, divorced and all that shit, I have a huge problem with his behavior online. And it's a free country, you know, all that stuff. You know, who am I to criticize the behavior? But don't ever come after my opinions when what you're doing really wouldn't be accepted in a professional environment, future Dr. Jones. Okay, these, you know, I called Mooncakes the slutty, she was dressed like the slutty milkmaid. It was like, you know, dude, I was waiting for the nip slip the whole time. These women, they're not that honorable. And, you know, getting up on a panel and fucking performing for, you know, a bunch of thirsty Delta Novembers, and some of them, they're Dr. Delta November. Who's going to marry that shit? I mean, seriously. I didn't review the second, you know, game show thing that they did because the first one was bad enough. Second one was a little more tame, but, you know, it's like, seriously. The Delta Novembers that are up on the panel, Dave Drench or Trent, General Dave, whatever the fuck he calls himself, CM, those motherfuckers are basically failures. Now, I have, you know, I'm up there, I'm watching it too, but I guess maybe what I ought to do is take my ass out to the streets and find something else to do. But, my excuse is I've done that. In a way, I'm kind of hypocritical. Uh, I think I am in a way, but I can use rhetoric to get out of my hypocrisy. I got a 20-year-old. I kind of know, kind of gotta know what's happening out there. But I'm just these 40 and 50-year-old motherfuckers and these 20, the even mooncakes and Tina, they lie about their age, by the way. um I was told, I'm not going to even go into details, but they're lying about their age. um and Anyway, let's get back to Margaret Sanger. SD, what's up, man? Good to see you. um I actually wouldn't even be talking about, this sort of stuff, but little Boyd Star, I honestly wish he had brought some fire for me to like react to, but it was so weak, dude. It was so weak and wheedling. And yes, wheedling is a word. He was like a newborn lamb trying to stand up, and he sounded so glad when I showed up in the chat. Dude, I'll come up and help you out with the show. And if you actually have smoke for me, dude, let's do it. You can come up here or I can come up there. I don't fear your weakness. Who knows? Maybe, you know, hanging out with someone who knows how to, do a smoke show could help you. So I don't know. And I also have to warn you, I've had a couple Coors Lights, so I am wandering a bit. I'm nattering on, but it is what it is. It's a pop up, and you know, wandering. It's kind of feels good to do it. Actually,
It was mainly the law, the federal law and state laws that one had to think of. The church was not in my mind at all.
yeah.
Well, in going after
Hey,
your
dude,
motive, then,
let me tell you something.
and I will.
General Dave Trent, whatever the fuck his name is, Trentworth. He's cool, but dude, obviously there are a whole bunch of motherfuckers who have a problem with me, and I have no clue why sometimes, but dude, you're not going to be able to get drunkety drunk and type in a chat like Trentworth does in all caps and get my attention. Dude, you better know shit. Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm at a point in my quote YouTube career. I'll have to fucking deal with stupidity. I literally get mentioned when I don't want to be mentioned. Watching that Housewives of Boyd's, the Real Housewives of Boyd on Friday night. I watched it after I, shut down my live stream. I had no idea I was even in the show, but apparently the first question was, "Who is this?" And then I was like, oh, I was kind of surprised. And, Tina and her sister and everybody was nice. Well, we weren't mean and all this stuff. And, it was just, it was kind of innocent. And I have no problems with it. I was surprised that I was the first question. Apparently, these people haven't seen me cammed up, but I cam up when it's necessary. But I was actually kind of honored. Grandpa Stan, was your first question. Who could not go, aw? But that doesn't change my criticism. I know Tina can do better. I know she can. I don't understand the dynamic, and it's really none of my business, to be honest. But there is, you know, I look at Tina, I look at mooncakes, and I really don't think so much of them as how the fuck were they raised? They're not the problem. It's how they were raised is the problem. And that's just my personal opinion. I could be out of bounds and probably am.
Press you just a little bit more about that and then get to the specifics of this evening. But in your motive, in the movement, is it possible that the movement itself, the feeling of wanting to do anything that you felt was important, that perhaps that moved you a good deal? Because the fact remains that you led a movement against overwhelming pressures that stemmed back for centuries, and in doing so, according to your autobiography, you even left your first husband. And you wrote this to a friend, Mrs. Sanger. You said, "Where is the man to give me what the movement gives in joy and interest and freedom?" Now, what was this joy, this freedom that you craved?
Well, I don't remember that letter, who it was written, but I think that it was not a question of marriage at all. There was a certain satisfaction in doing something that was going to alleviate the sufferings of women in particular, and I was quite a feminist at the time.
Obviously.
And yes, and I naturally didn't want to see women take all the suffering of childbearing and of pregnancies. So it was a pleasure, in a sense, to think that you were striking at an archaic law, which it was. Put it on the statute books by Anthony Comstock some years ago, and no one had stood up against it. No one had tried to change the laws. And at that time, not even a doctor had a right to use the United States mails and common carriers for books, for learning, for anything that he had to do with this question. It was considered obscene. The whole question was considered obscene.
Mrs. Sanger, you have helped to spread the birth control movement not only here in the United States, but in Europe and the Orient as well. Why? Why is birth control of such vital importance internationally? Is it just to save women's suffering? Is that the only reason in your mind?
Well, not entirely. The population question is a great concern today, and the rate at which the births come in to we're saving them now. At one time, when children died, they didn't have the food. Today, our population all over the world is getting certainly better consideration and better conditions than they had at the time that I was there. I went to every country because I was invited. And I didn't go into the country myself. I was invited to go to Japan and to speak there, have 8 lectures on the question of birth control and peace.
Well, do you believe that birth control is essential if we want to keep millions of people across the world from starving? Is that your thesis?
Say it again.
Do you feel that birth control is essential to keep millions of people across the world from starving?
Well, I think the birth control, if you keep your population more or less static until you pick up your resources, certainly you'll prevent their starving.
Well, what's more important, birth control or picking up the resources?
Well, picking up the resources, there's just a limit to that, too. There's just so much. Take Japan. And she cannot feed. They've had the best experts come there when MacArthur was there. The best experts say that they have 20 million more people and they can feed. She's got to be fed outside, and in some way, she's got to have that kind of help if she's going to keep them from fighting.
But certainly around the world, there is potential agricultural land that is not being properly used now. Just this past year, on May 21st, the New York Times summarized an important study of the world's food resources made by Professor James Bonner of the California Institute of Technology. Professor Bonner says the world is not using 1 billion acres of potential agricultural land, and he adds that if this land were used and present agricultural land were improved, the entire world could be fed adequately, even if the population increased by 1/3 in the next 50 years.
Oh, Mr. Wallace, you hear so many fantastic things of what can happen, what may happen. This and that, I've heard it for the last 30 years anyway, to what could be done, but it's never done. And the thing is, what is it now? What have we got today? A very distinguished woman spoke to me about Arizona. And she said, I wish you wouldn't talk about population. She said, all the population of the United States could be put in one state. And I said, what state? She said, Arizona. I said, did you ever hear of caliche? She didn't know that I was talking about a delicatessen or what. I said, well, caliche is harder than any rock. And it is about 3 inches below the ground, where it looks beautiful. It looks as if you could have food. It looks as if you could have corn or wheat or cotton. But as a matter of fact, you have to dynamite caliche out of the ground in order to have a little shrub, have a little grass or a few flowers. So many problems that when it comes to that. And the demographers, I never heard of anyone that would agree with that we could have another in the world. Another third.
Well, you say that originally the opposition was in all law, and you have to fight against that. Today, your opposition stems mainly from where? From what source?
Well, I think that the opposition is mainly from the hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church.
Of the Church. Well, now
hierarchy.
Of the hierarchy of the Church. You feel that the parishioners themselves, the lay people in the Church, are not against birth control?
I feel they come to all of our clinics just the same as the non-Catholics do. Exactly the same.
Well, let's look at the official Catholic position, opposition to birth control. I read now from a church publication called The Question Box. In forbidding birth control, it says the following. It says, the immediate purpose and primary end of marriage is the begetting of children. When the marital relation is so used as to render the fulfillment of its purposes impossible, that is by birth control, it is used unethically and unnaturally. Now, what's wrong with that position?
Well, it's very wrong. It's not normal. It's not, it has the wrong attitude toward marriage, toward love, toward the relationships between men and women.
Well, the natural law, they say, is that, first of all, the primary function of sex in marriage is to beget children.
Well,
do you disagree with that?
I disagree with it 100%.
Your feeling is what, then?
My feeling is love and the attraction between men and women. In many cases, the very finest relationship has nothing to do with bearing a child. It's secondary. Many, many times we know that. You see your birth rate, you talk to people who have very happy marriages and they're not having babies every year. Yes, I think that's a celibate attitude. Surely.
A celibate attitude, but you agree that Catholicism, according to the tenets of Catholicism, they rule that birth control violates not only the Church's position, it isn't the Church's position, but they say that it violates a natural law, as I have just explained. Therefore, birth control is a sin, no matter who practices it. Now, the violation of the natural law, according, you certainly can take no issue with the natural law as the hierarchy of the Catholic Church regards it.
Well, I certainly do take issue with it. I think it's untrue, and I think it's unnatural.
Well, let me ask you...
I think bears it out that it's an unnatural attitude to take. And how do they know? I mean, after all, they're celibates. They don't know love. They don't know marriage. They know nothing about bringing up children or any of the marriage problems of life. And yet they speak to people as if they were God.
Let me ask you this question. Suppose a healthy, a well-to-do couple decide for some reason never to have children, use birth control all their lives. Would you say that your methods are being misused, Mrs. Sanger?
Not if they were intelligent people and they had some reason for thinking of children as a responsibility or some disease that they might have that they wouldn't like to pass on to a child. And I think it would be a very unselfish attitude for them to take if there is a disease.
No, I say a healthy, well-to-do couple. A couple that just doesn't want children, and for that reason, they use birth control all the way. Well, do you think that that is a misuse of your methods?
I don't think it's a misuse. I think if they're intelligent adults, they must know what they want. They must manage their lives themselves. And certainly there's nothing in birth control than there is in other things that you might deny yourself.
I've asked you your motives a little while ago at the beginning of the program, your motives in working for birth control as hard as you have for as many years as you have. You reject the principal Catholic argument against birth control as being totally invalid. What do you think is the reason, the motive of the Church in forbidding birth control?
You'd have to ask a Catholic that. I couldn't say what their motive is.
Well, you couldn't say officially what their motive is, but you certainly must have an opinion about it, Mrs. Sanger.
Well, I don't have much to do with the hierarchy. And I know that the people that come to our organization and want to have the same methods, or whatever it is that one can have to prevent a pregnancy, that those women will say to us, we ask their religion very often, and they say, I am a Catholic, I was raised in the Catholic Church, and my church is wrong on this. This is the one thing. I will never be anything else, but my church is wrong on this one thing. And that is said over and over and over again. So what the motive is.
Well, you won't hazard a guess.
I don't care to. Thank you.
May I ask you why? Now, I know that in private and actually in public discussions, I think, prior to this time, you have been willing to state your understanding of what the motives of the church are, and now you would rather remain silent. May I ask you why?
Well, simply because I don't think that the church has changed in its attitude. Some of the hierarchy have changed their attitude. You can't say the same thing that you might have said a year ago or 2 years ago as to your belief or as to your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And then
have you heard it said that the reason that the church is against birth control is because they want more Catholics?
I've read it.
Do you believe it?
Well, if you read their papers where they point out Boston, that's what has happened in Boston and Massachusetts. Mm-hmm. They have simply outbred the Protestants, and they're in Boston and Massachusetts, they have control. I've read that in their own papers.
I see. Okay.
Let me make a hopefully not too long a point, but again, I credit Jewel of Aquarius for actually making me think about this, because I thought she sounded just totally uneducated when she brought it up a few nights ago on Latino's channel, and her channel too. Just uneducated, unbalanced, unnuanced. That's what these people do. Du Bois with his talented 10th idea. Maybe it doesn't go up to the level. Excuse me 1 minute. Let me take a sip here. Maybe that talented 10th stuff doesn't go up to the level of eugenics, but it's eugenics-ish. Okay, we do that now. Eugenics is part of the fabric of racism in American culture. You go back to that same Du Bois, he talks about in Black Reconstruction about how they used to breed slaves. I've literally had people who were pro-blackity black tell me, no, Du Bois was lying. There was no breeding of slaves. The history is there. Du Bois describes it. Du Bois knows, or should have known, what that talented 10th thing was. Dude, that's some dangerous shit. It could be a device misinterpreted, misused for eugenics. American culture since 1607 has had eugenics woven into it, and people want to blame Margaret Sanger. I guess she's an easy target. And I listened, there was a video I considered showing, and I watched about half of it. God damn it. And he's a good channel, Black content creator. I have to go look it up, but he and his two co-hosts, it was like so unnuanced. It was almost disgusting. I'm not going to show it. I thought it was unnuanced, and you could tell they hadn't read shit. Margaret Sanger has an autobiography on YouTube. Literally, it's in 4 parts because there are a lot of chapters. And no, I haven't listened to the whole thing. There is a actual academic biography by a lady. I'd have to go look at her name, but those links are in the chat. And I'm not going to read Margaret Sanger's biography because I'm not that interested. But I am convinced that that most of these dumb fucks, they're not getting it. Too many people get up on these Delta November channels and they just get it wrong. They don't read books. They just listen. Like, what was a commercial? They'll tell someone. It was like, it wasn't like the telephone game film or telegraph or whatever it was called. When older people like me would see it in school, there was a commercial. Well, they'll tell someone and they'll tell someone, and it just grows exponentially. That's what this Margaret Sanger thing is. She's no saint, but she's no worse than Du Bois. She's no worse than Thomas goddamn Jefferson. She's no worse than your average George McGovern. These motherfuckers, dude, she's no worse than, some YouTube folks like Be Brave. Be Brave, John Galt, these motherfuckers are eugenicists if you actually listen to some of their arguments. I've literally heard Delta Novembers in the Delta November space, of which I seem to be a part of for some reason. I've literally heard it on Latino's show. Now, it wasn't Latino or Jewel, of course. They are good people. I listen to their show, and they know I disagree with them on a lot of things. But I've literally heard it was Be Brave. Just execute him. If she did this, execute him. Don't listen, just automatically execute him. That's eugenics, you fucking corn planting redneck. You're not even a hillbilly, you're a mudsill. These people, I'm just, so many people that I listen to, even when I like them, are just so uneducated. They just don't know. And yeah, I'm a little overboard, probably too much Coors Light, but God damn it, dude, do better, motherfuckers. Have a more balanced opinion. There's some things that are horrible, but Margaret Sanger was just being white in America. She just happened to have a megaphone, and apparently, this anti-19th Delta November, what's left of the manosphere, they will go after this sort of stuff. Latino was on Lapeef's show. Those motherfuckers are just uneducated. Dude, y'all need to go to work. There is zero intellectual content on a Lapeef network. I watched a few minutes of it, maybe 20 minutes of it. It was zero intellectual content. It was all feelings and literally no thinking. So, Latino, you got to do better. I know you're better than that.
Of course, the church's answer. The church's answer, and I read now from a pamphlet published by the Redemptorist Fathers in Missouri, says as follows. It says that point of view about wanting more Catholics is nonsense. Quote, the Catholic Church does not command Catholic husbands and wives to have even one child. The Church considers it more than normally meritorious for them to have no children, if they mutually and perpetually give up the use of the marriage
hold
right
on one sec. Let me
God.
deal with an obvious idiot.
Of course, what they do. So I think that.
Now listen to the genius Horsey Boy. Now I may be taking it out of context, but he's saying I can't help but think that who was aborted was deliberate to some extent. To some extent, abortion has no extent. You're either aborted or you're not. That's a dumb statement in and of itself. Obviously, you are low IQ. Data shows that Black patients account for the largest share of abortions in the United States, roughly 38 to 43. If it's 38 to 43, that's not the largest share. That's sheer mathematics, you fucking idiot. Followed by white patients, 27 to 30. Okay, let me help you with your math because obviously you're doing that per capita bullshit. You mean the largest rate, the largest percentage? Because if you add up the numbers, 43% is not most, you goddamn illiterate pony boy. You can't say most without qualification for most. I should just kick you out of this goddamn chat for not understanding math. And who gives a fuck? The percentages have nothing to do with my point. Margaret Sanger was normal for her time. I think there were bigger people, founders of this country, who were bigger eugenicists. That's my point, you fucking moron. I'm warning you right now, pony boy. I might just time you out for 24 hours for being stupid. Maybe you're not getting my point. When you say most, that doesn't mean highest percentage. You don't understand math. Neither does Latino, neither does Jewel, neither does Be Brave. Y'all think the highest percentage is automatically most. It's not. Might mean highest rate, might mean highest percentage, but it's not definitionally the most. God damn, y'all are stupid.
The question in my mind is that they do and order their own people to as they wish. But I object to their having the same rules for people who are not the same religion.
Well, they believe, you see, that it is a natural law, not a Catholic law, but a natural law. And therefore a sin not just for Catholics, but a sin for all peoples. And I think that there are other religious groups, the very, very Orthodox Jews feel the same way about birth control. Let's look at another argument against birth control, Mrs. Sanger, published in Red Book magazine in March of 1956. It says birth control is a devastating social force which tends to weaken the moral fiber of the community. Immunity from parenthood encourages promiscuity, particularly when unmarried persons can so easily avail themselves of the devices. Do you doubt that?
I doubt it.
You do?
Certainly.
Then let me read from a news story in the Philadelphia Daily News on June 10th, 1942. The story quotes you as urging the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps to give its members, quote, preventive measures against pregnancy, end quote. And you add, quote, abortion and illegitimacy are bound to result if the government doesn't recognize human nature, end quote. In other words, you were not advocating Christian morality, but rather ways for single women to avoid bearing illegitimate children.
Where was this taken from?
Philadelphia Daily News, June 10, 1942, direct quote from Margaret Sanger.
I doubt it. I don't believe I ever made such a remark.
Well, in the same vein, in your autobiography, which you cannot disavow, you wrote the following about sexologist Havelock Ellis. You said he's been able to clarify the question of sex and free it from the smudginess connected with it from the beginning of Christianity. Now, what do you mean by the smudginess connected with sex, and why do you blame it on Christianity?
Well, there's many reasons, of course, to say that we have more records of it from the dawn of Christianity. And I think I was speaking of Havelock Ellis as having clarified the question of homosexuals, making the thing not exactly a perverted thing, but a thing that a person is born with.
Let's see. There is a point that Brian brought up. Let me help you out, Mr. Nichols, who I value greatly. You're a day one, so I'll be gentle. And I honestly wish one of these days you'd come up and argue this totally ridiculous point. It is very be Bravian. It is very like I loves me some whites. So there's always, Brian Nichols says, there's always been white people protecting and supporting black people. I'm gonna ask you, why did they support and protect black people? And it is literally a loaded question. I'm going to test your knowledge of history. Let's go from antebellum to postbellum, and let's go up to 2026, because I think, in my opinion, why white people protect black people changed after the Civil War. But I want to see what you think about that. Why have white people protected black people throughout American history, Mr. Nichols? And don't get it wrong, because I'll mock you too, because I know the reason. I want to see if you do.
Different kinds of eyes, different kinds of structure, and so forth. But he didn't make all homosexuals perverts. And I felt that he clarified that to the medical profession and to the scientists of the world, as perhaps one of the first ones to do that. That was one of the things that I meant in that.
Mrs. Sanger, do you disagree that Catholics, or do you feel that Catholics should not have a right to have a say when a city administration contemplates spending their tax dollars on birth control or the dissemination of birth control information, something that Catholics believe is sinful?
That they have a right to say what they...
Do you feel that they don't have a right to have a say when a city administration contemplates spending their tax dollars on birth control? For instance, here in New York, Catholics comprise about 45% of our population. They're the largest single group. Well, don't you think they should have the democratic right to lobby against having their money spent, their tax...
You know what, Pony Boy, I might just drop your ass for being stupid. What you presented are not numbers. They're an analysis of numbers. They are a ratio of actual numbers. I'm sorry if you did not get the kind of education that can't figure out raw numbers get analyzed and given a narrative. 43%, less than 50% is not most. If you're looking at a total demographic number, you're an idiot, Pony Boy. You've never been able to fucking understand my points because you're not educated enough. And goddamn, dude, I'm literally annoyed with your pushback. I'm literally thinking of banning you along with CM. You're not up to it, son. You need to learn instead of just putting up shit that's easily dismantled. Pony Boy, you're not up to it. Stop trying to sound smart. Your numbers are percentages, and percentages are not numbers. They're comparisons of numbers against each other. They're not data sets. They are analysis of data sets, you goddamn moron. Dude, I hate stupid people. And you are one of the stupider. You will fight for your right to be stupid, but you don't need to do it in my chat, son. Get your ass into a math class or get the fuck out of my chat. I think you need to self-deport, to be honest. You and Ryan need to go to CTs where they tolerate this kind of stupidity.
Tax money spent for something that they consider evil.
Well, I suppose they have a right. They certainly do it. But so have the others. They're only 45% of the population. That is not the majority.
But they have a right to get up and...
Certainly. I'd have no objection to their having saying that, but I think we should have the same right. I say we, I mean non-Catholics.
Well, of course, this is a little bit at variance with something that you told our reporter earlier this week. You said earlier this week, it's not only wrong, it should be made illegal for any religious group to prohibit dissemination of birth control, even among its own members. In other words, you would like to see the government legislate religious...
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to bounce your ass, Pony, because you're just being annoying. So this dumb fuck says, so whatever the population he's comparing, he brought up abortion numbers. So 43% of the total number of abortions are 43% of the total number, which is not a majority of whatever number that might be. So that's the highest percentage. It's the highest rate, but it's not the highest number. You goddamn, well, 43% is not the majority. It's not the highest number compared to the total number. 51%, 50% would be half, 51% would be a majority of the number, 43%. If you're saying, well, yeah, the rate at 43% is higher than the other racial parts, yeah, you can do that, but it's not most, you dumb motherfucker. Now, I'm telling you right now, as a matter of fact, I'm just going to drop your ass. You need to learn math before you come back, and I might just drop your ass forever. 43% is not most. The percentage is more or higher than the other demographics in the total number, but it's not the most, you dumb fuck. I'm warning you right now. If you don't understand most versus more, when we're talking per capita or percentages, I'm just going to drop you, Palomino, to put you out of my misery. I've had enough of your fighting back for your right to be a dumb pony.
Beliefs, in a certain sense.
Where these strange things come to, that I said them is what I should like to know when.
Well, now, you know that my reporter spent a good deal of time with you. He's a very accurate young man.
Yes.
And this
so
is a specific quote.
Well, I don't think I said it quite that way.
What are your religious beliefs, Mrs. Sanger? Do you believe in a God in the sense of a divine being who rewards or punishes people after death?
Well, I have a different attitude about the divine. I feel that we have divinity within us. And the more we express the good part of our lives, the more the divine within us expresses itself. I suppose I would call myself an Episcopalian by religion. And there's many other. If you've traveled around the world, you get quite a bit of the feeling of all religions have so much alike in the divine part of our own being.
Mm-hmm.
And I suppose you just couldn't put that in a book, or you couldn't put it into a phrase or a sentence.
Do you believe in sin? When I say believe, I don't mean believe in committing sin. Do you believe there is such a thing as sin?
Well, I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born. That, to me, is the greatest sin that people can commit.
But sin in the ordinary sense that we regard it, do you believe or do you not believe?
Well, what? What would they be?
Do you believe in infidelity as a sin?
Well, I'm not going to specify what I think is sin. I've stated what I think is the worst sin.
Yes, but then you asked me to say what, and I said what, and you refused to answer me?
Yes, I don't know about infidelity. That has so many personalities to it, and what a person's own belief is. You can't. I couldn't generalize any of those things as being sin.
Murder is a sin.
Well, I naturally think murder was a sin or not. It's a terrible act.
In just a moment, Mrs. Sanger, I'd like to ask you about another social problem here in the United States, divorce. Nearly 400,000 couples get divorced in this country each year. And I'd like to get your views on the cause and possible prevention of this problem. We'll get Mrs. Sanger's answer to that question in just 60 seconds. Now then, Mrs. Sanger, there are nearly 400,000 divorces or annulments in America each year.
There was actually a pretty cool cigarette commercial if you like that kind of history. So sorry they cut it out. Quite frankly, the cigarette commercials were more interesting than the actual interview. And Diwali, you get carte blanche because the eugenics bish, you don't know American history, so you get carte blanche, but I would watch myself. Let's see, Palomino decided to push back. Let's see if Palomino stays because I'm done with white stupidity. He says he's white, and I'm just gonna take him at his word. So Palomino, let me put it up on screen because he's cursing. Palomino says, Stanley, you fucking liar. I never said most, you liar. I know what a rate is. I don't think you do. You don't. You're enumerate. You have no idea how to even talk math. You fucking half-educated. You're Be Brave Junior. You're uneducated. You don't know how to talk math. You don't know how to interpret math. 43% is not most. It's a higher rate. It's a higher percentage. It's not most, you dumb fuck. Now, don't bore me. Stay down, bitch. And by the way, the link is posted. I'll drop it if anyone wants to come up and talk rate versus most. I'm happy to do it. I'm in a kick some dumb fucks out because they're miseducated white boys who don't know math, who don't know English, who just don't know shit. They're just used to, fucking. They don't appreciate smart black men. And Palomino, you're the worst of the worst. Be Brave is probably the worst, but he's not an order of magnitude worse. I'll put it that way. I said highest. Nah, you didn't say highest. Your original message said most. You dumb fuck. Go back and review what you wrote. That's why I'm even talking about it. You sounded so goddamn dumb. You literally caught my attention with your stupidity. Do better, Palomino, if you want to remain a part of this community. You are the Boit Brony. Boit Brony being ridden by the Boit Star, and you're being led by Dr. Boit.
What, and this is hard to do in the short time, of course, that we have, what would you recommend to cut down our divorce rate?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Thank you for noticing. Dude, you called me a black moron in my own chat. I don't take kindly to that language. Dude, I'm literally gonna send you to hang out forever with wherever CM did. CM's the only motherfucker who's banned from my chat. You apologize immediately, pony boy, or get the fuck out. Black moron in my own chat, that's not going to do, son. You better abjectly apologize. And I understand as a quote man, you want to not apologize, but I can't. Them's fighting words. I can't let that one go.
Well, as a great many of our clinics are including in the work that they do in birth control clinics, having marriage counseling. So when the woman or the man come and complain of their marriage on the skids, we invite them to come and have special talks with some of our psychiatrists or others who are making a study of that all over the country, where we have about 500 clinics. They almost all include marriage counseling.
Okay, so the video is almost over. Yes, I did stop at SD. So I want everyone who's watching right now to understand that I don't tolerate this kind of insouciance. I think that's the right word. Palomino, you and CM can go hold hands and talk over on his channel about why I banned you. I don't tolerate this kind of disrespect, motherfucker. So it's been nice knowing you, son. And I'll miss you, but not that much. Abject apology and Cash App for that matter. Bitch, you're not coming back doing that kind of disrespect. And I hate to, Palomino's, almost a day one, but can't allow it. That is just not how I expect to be treated on my own goddamn channel. So come back when you fucking come back with a Cash App, bitch. I'm never going to accept that kind of commentary about the host in my chat. So, Palomino, wish you well, son.
And marriage erection.
May I ask you this? Could it be that women in the United States have become too independent, that they've followed the lead of women like Margaret Sanger by neglecting family life for a career? Let me quote from your biography describing your second marriage to Noah Slee. Quote, in New York, Mrs. Sanger maintained every clause of their compact of independence. They had separate apartments. They telephoned each other for dinner or theater engagements or passed notes back and forth. Would you call this a sound formula for marriage, Mrs. Sanger?
Different people, yes. It certainly was for me and for my husband. We had a very happy marriage consulting. He had different friends than I had. And I don't believe in forcing. After all, we were two adults. And forcing your friends on another person who may have an entirely different outlook. It's worked out very well.
I know that it did. You have two sons. One final question. You have two sons. Mm-hmm. How many children have they?
Would you like to see them?
I would indeed.
As one of...
How many children? That's 6 in this family?
5 boys and a girl in that family.
And in the other family?
2 girls.
2 girls. Mm-hmm. Miss Sanger, I thank you so much for taking time out and coming and talking.
And Mr. Wells, I've never smoked. But I'm going to begin to take up smoking and use Philip Morris as the cigarette for me to take.
Well, I thank you very much, Mrs. Sanger.
Indeed.
I don't get that ending. He was smoking and commercializing, and she's saying, hey, I don't smoke, but I'm going to smoke. I suppose. But what Margaret Sanger really said about eugenics and race, this article from Time, this is years ago now. This is from 2016. So the link is in the chat. And in my opinion, and there is actually a biography, and she wrote an autobiography of it's on YouTube. It's read into YouTube on a channel, like a audiobook channel. That link is in the chat. I'm sorry, I say chat, I mean in the show notes. But this is the one thing that I think, well, there are a couple things actually. Um, the quote that she had, and I should have highlighted it. Well, let me just skip ahead, um, and I'll go back and find the quote. Um, so this is gonna this is gonna thrill uh, Deacon Dave. In 1966, Martin Luther King Jr. made clear that he agreed that Sanger's life work was anything but inhumane. In 1960, when King received Planned Parenthood's Margaret Sanger Award in Human Rights, he praised her contributions to the Black community. There is a striking kinship between our movement and Margaret Sanger's early efforts. He said, Margaret Sanger had to commit what was then called a crime in order to enrich humanity, and today we honor her courage and vision. This is from Martin Luther King, and again, that Shadow Jackson kind of black man is just gonna, I'm surprised. I don't watch a whole lot of Shadow, a black man named Chad, but I'm sure it's come up in his critique. But one of the things that give me one sec here. Here it is. Here is what she wrote. And I can't remember whether it was to the guy who started Kellogg's, or maybe it was to W.E.B. Du Bois. I can't remember. But this is the quote that is the damning quote, and it's never written out in context. She wrote, "We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members." So the comment and the criticism of the comment is obviously she wasn't a good writer, but she literally was saying she doesn't want black people to think her goal is to exterminate black people, and the best people to go to would be the ministers of the black church. Communicate with them so they understand that this isn't the goal. So you can interpret this. I don't really care. I'm just, and again, the reason I'm even talking about this is Jewel of Aquarius, who, in my opinion, is the least aware of what goes on in the quote black community in America. She's literally the least informed and the least capable of understanding. She'll just have to deal with the criticism. Hopefully, it'll get back to her. If she wants to push back, she knows how to do it. We can do it there, we can do it here. And Latino isn't too much far behind her. Some of the racist shit that I've heard those two say, and virulently racist, you can pretend to know, you can pretend a whole lot of things, but knowing what the actual Black American community is, how they think, what the culture and actually their cultures are, I'm not convinced. Y'all are just going with some John Galt level narrative, and John Galt is fucked up in the head when he talks about Black people. Don't care. I think a lot of people know I'm willing to defend my position because I know I'm right. I don't have to, shit talk. I don't have to do much of anything. The literature is there. Why my opinions are what they are. It's not just reading books. It's reading books and thinking about what I read and you never read one narrative of a book. You read a bunch of books on a specific topic and then you decide. These dumb fucks who think you read a book for an opinion, nah. Dude, if you're actually interested in stuff, you will literally read every book that's available to you and then sit down and contemplate. And I've done it, and that is that. So we shall move to my least uh the least of my abilities is going up on a panel and fucking dealing with bozos. And I dared go up on CT's panel yesterday because he actually did ask me to come up, which is rare. But I did because I was kind of passionate about the topic. So salute to CT for allowing me up. He is one of the reasons I even have a show. So let me read the chat because I see American Man. Salute, American Man. Yeah, I'll drop the link. It should be in the chat. By the way, everyone hit the like button. Please do. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe. Check us out. This is not, everyone's cup of tea. I tend to sometimes disagree with dumb narratives, be they right or left. I wouldn't call myself heterodox. I would say that most people, that are on YouTube are not the best scholars. Deacon Dave, who is my buddy, I don't even know what you're writing, but I bet it's interesting. And let's see, Sanger also invented COVID-19. No doubt that she did. She was the father of Fauci. I bet y'all didn't know that. So give me one sec. And American Man, definitely I want you to come up here. You too, Deacon Day. It is getting late. And good thing is I got the pizza dough ready to roll out, which I am going to talk about, by the way, and this is a message to CM. And I also want to emphasize this. Palomino, I've known for quite some time in the chat, but he just went too far. These fucking miseducated, uneducated people who want to talk math. Dude, I'm a motherfucking chemistry major from a top 50 university in the country. I know what math is. I'm by no means an expert. I'm not a mathematician, but I motherfucking know math enough to navigate arithmetic. And this bullshit, this per capita bullshit that the trailer park class of whites wants to push in their channels, I destroy shit like that for the fun of it. And Palomino Brony Boy, he needs to understand that, dude, I pretty much have a way superior education to yours. And I know it from what you've typed in the chat over the years. I'm not going to pretend I don't, God damn it. What Be Brave, what Orthodox Guy, what Jewel of Aquarius, motherfucker, I know my education because I was there when I got it, and I'm not going to goddamn back down to people who are fucking idiots. Okay, know your shit if you come up to this panel. That should be the rule. 1 times 1 equals 2. Yes, of course it does. That's what we, dude, I've literally heard some trailer trash YouTube actually supporting that shit. So anyway, link is dropped. Take advantage if you want. And this is just before I get up on the panel. I think I was there maybe an hour. And I'm going to mock Be Brave when he comes up thinking I wanted or would engage with his dumbass. Dude, be brave. If you want to engage with me, it's going to be on my own turf. You can come up on a panel that I'm already on, but dude, I don't owe you engagement, you dumb fuck. Get a better education, and it is not my problem. It is not my obligation to pretend you're actually smart. You're not. You're just some yahoo um who has the gift of gab.
Is that it? No, hold on for 1 second. No, that's not it. That's not it.
I built a Wix website overnight, and it helped launch my career.
There's controversy in the nation's capital over the naming of a new U.S. aircraft carrier. It's supposed to be the first carrier named after a black soldier, but sources say the Navy is considering stripping that name and instead possibly naming it after President Trump. ABC's Olivia Rubin has the latest.
Today, the Navy is considering stripping the name of one of World War II's most famed black service members, Doris Miller, from a new aircraft carrier, according to 3 sources familiar with the matter.
At Pearl Harbor was an African-American sailor, Doris Miller, who was among the first to return enemy fire.
Sources telling ABC News the Navy is considering naming that ship after President Trump, who mused during his first term about the very possibility.
Last month, the Navy announced that the next American aircraft carrier will bear the proud name of USS Doris Miller. That's pretty good. They won't give me that honor. That's a big boat. That's a big ship. All right, one day maybe, but in the meantime, you're right.
Yeah, and that is literally I don't know what's going to happen. I think I expressed kind of my opinion on this panel. It's probably an hour's worth. And then after that, I'm out of here. This is a pop-up show and it is 9:00. Link is posted if you want to come up. I do salute CT for at least taking this stand. There are some people in his chat who, this is why I don't go over to CT's much, because his chat is more horrible than he is. And many of them don't come here. And that's a good thing.
One day.
Trump never served in the military, deferring 5 times, including once for bone spurs. The carrier under construction in Virginia would be the first air.
Trigger Warren says, so if Leonard jumped on a gun and shot at the air, he's a hero. If he jumped on a gunner and shot at kamikaze pilots who were going to kill his compatriots, absolutely he'd be a hero. Regardless of whether Leonard is my troll or not, he'd be a hero. See, here goes the thing, bro. Listen, I will always be truthful, even when it comes to a hater. If Leonard had jumped on a gunner on an aircraft carrier and shot at and successfully shot down kamikaze pilots or enemy combatants and saved his Confederates, absolutely, Leonard would be a hero. Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I can't sit here and let cowards say that this man is was a DEI hire, or potato peeler saying he was a DEI hire. No. Get back in line, boy. If the U.S. military said that this man is a hero, he's a hero. His own shipmates and officers said he was shooting down planes. He was shooting at planes, period, point blank. Oh, he only shot down 1 plane. Well, how many planes? He shot down more planes than you in World War II. I don't like that coward shit. What's up, Roz girl? Salute. L says CT may be an asshole, but he is not a hater. Nope, never. Campbell Dynasty says this is what black soldiers get for serving the country. I disagree with that too, man. I mean, even the fact that the man was considered for a ship naming and got it commissioned speaks volumes anyway. Yeah. Stanley, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, CT?
Stanley, what's up? Pretty good, man. Go ahead, buddy.
Well, I mean, obviously, I think that this is the wrong thing. You know, after they've had the ceremony, Trump himself has announced it.
Yep.
I mean, you know my opinion of Trump, but this surprises even me.
Yeah. It's pretty remarkable, to be honest with you, man.
And my buddy Avarian C, you know, he's got a lot of what I call boutique opinions on a lot of things, but it's almost like stolen valor to say that you served in a war zone. Even back when I was in the Navy, just being in the Red Sea, you know, you're getting combat pay, but there's not necessarily a hot war going on. So, you know, while I respect his service, let's not make more of it than it really is. He's not a war hero. And I remind you, yeah, Doris Miller was like a mess specialist. He was a cook, basically. And he hopped on the gun, shot down the plane untrained.
Yeah.
He that was not his rate, which is the Navy version of an MOS.
Right.
And the other thing, you do know those planes were shooting back.
Yep.
You know, he didn't run for cover, he ran for a gun.
Yeah.
So he didn't duck or run into the superstructure or anything like that. He shot one of them down. So I think that this idea that a carrier has to be named for president, by the way, the CVNs, those are the nuclear carriers. We have smaller strike carriers. Okay, there are plenty of smaller carriers that carry like the jump jets, the F-35 jump jets and helos and stuff. So, you know, the CVNs are just the nuclear carriers. So I want to point that out. This thing about naming carriers after presidents, yeah, most of the big ones, the CVNs are, but not all of them. Nimitz was an admiral. As you said, Vincent was a congressman.
Yeah. Yep. Love agrees. He says that alone speaks volumes of his courage. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think it's a race thing, Stan, to be honest. I mean, you said that
I don't know that this specific instance is. Yeah, because I did talk about Jackie Robinson.
You did, yeah.
There's been, if you know, I keep up with news a lot, and there's been a systemic erasure, not systemic, but a systematic erasure. They took Jackie Robinson off the DoD like historical website.
Really?
Oh yeah. Well, they put him back because there was a big uproar. But yeah, they took him off temporarily.
Really?
It's happened with some other kind of famous Black entertainers who served in the military. Harriet Tubman was one. She was like posthumously named a general or something because she did a bunch of intelligence work behind Civil War lines. And that, I think she was taken off some historical marker or something like that. So I don't know that this was necessarily race related, but it does fit a pattern. Just hold on one sec, America, man. If there's a pattern, you know, you can argue for or against. I think both credibly.
Avaren C says we are taught to view him as a hero. I just didn't know it was over one plane this whole time.
That's one more than he shot down.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to tell you this, Avaren C.
Yeah.
And I hate to lord it over you, but I've actually been, you know, I think it was 30 or 40 days of actual combat. They call it actual combat. I was in an actual war. No, I was out, on a minesweeper, but it was dangerous work. There was a shooting war at the time. It's literally on my DD 214 that I have had active combat service. So I understand every day in the military, no matter your service, you can lose your life. People die in basic training. So, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying don't get out over your skis. And I think Avarin C is out over his skis with this one.
Yeah. I think.
All right. What's going on, American man?
What's up, Stanley? To say it's just one plane is diabolical. Number one, because one plane can do a lot of damage if it gets past. And so that could have been the one plane that was stopped from doing immense damage.
Dude,
so
they're scraping the deck. I mean,
exactly.
Look, the natural instinct, because those planes have like machine guns. The natural instinct is to duck or run for cover. And this dude went for a plane. And, even if you've ever, I don't know, have you ever been like bird hunting? You don't aim for the bird. You have to estimate the speed, all this stuff on the fly in your head. You aim in front of the bird or where you think the bird is going.
Yes.
Bullets have to meet what you're shooting. That's, dude, even if he got lucky, let's just say it was pure luck, but he did it. No one fucking else did. And better than that, the officers on the ship, the enlisted on the ship, they're all like, yep, he did it. So in Avarin C, look, and you'll hear this later, dude, he, in my honest opinion, and this is, and I don't I only bring it up when necessary, but dude, I was an actual naval officer. Avarin C was an actual petty officer. He betrays his uniform as an enlisted man when you don't honor an enlisted man outside of his rate doing what he wouldn't have been. If he hadn't done it, nobody would have said shit. The heroism is doing what no one would have said, well, goddamn, I expected you to go and do this. He did it because, goddamn it, this needs to be fixed. Dude, it's a betrayal of Aaron C's enlisted status. Most heroes are enlisted guys. They're way more Medal of Honor winners who are enlisted folks than there are officers. That's why I'm disappointed in Aaron C's. Dude, his white supremacy has rendered him unthoughtful, and in my opinion, and this is rhetoric, but in my opinion, he's betrayed his uniform and his country by not recognizing true heroes because of their race. It's pure goddamn racism or racist behavior. So, critique it, but that's how I feel.
No, that's between you and him. I never was in the military, so I'm going to tend to stay out of this as I respect the American military. You don't have to
get in the middle of it. Let me just call him a goddamn traitor to his country for not recognizing a hero who wore the exact same enlisted sailor uniform that he did. Okay, he was enlisted, you were enlisted, and you're just disrespecting a fellow enlisted man who is an actual hero. And it can be between me and him because he knows I'm goddamn right.
Well, I'm just not qualified to speak on it because I was never in the military.
Well, I am. So
I'm not fighting
I
that.
understand
I'm not fighting that.
your reticence. Forgive me for pulling you into it. I apologize for doing that. I'll just stand on my own and call him a fucking traitor. Now it's hyperbolic, but I'm going to stand on it.
Now, before you go a little too far, Stanley, let me just get this right.
I never go too far on this show.
No, I'm not talking about this thing with Aaron C. I just want to go back to Margaret. So your interpretation is that she was a bad writer, or she may have misspoke, and she wanted the blacks to know, hey, the way you're interpreting this is wrong. So let me send out Martin Luther King and gang to clear this up.
No, not my argument at all.
So what? So what was
Not
your
like
argument?
literally every word that you just said. None of it is my point.
So you didn't say any of that?
No, not a word of it for that matter.
Oh, okay. Okay. So that wasn't your. So
can I tell you what?
Go ahead.
Can
Go
I
ahead,
tell
Stanley.
you what?
You sure can.
Can I tell you what my point is?
You sure can.
Most of the people that are calling her inveterate evil they don't know shit about her history. They don't know shit about American history. In my opinion, there were worse people than Margaret Sanger. I don't think she was awfully bright. She is controversial. I think the part that everybody wants to quote about getting rid of the black race, they don't finish the whole sentence. She was literally saying that, hey, we need to go talk to preachers in the black church so they don't think this. And the way she wrote it, if you cut it off mid-sentence and just quote it out of context, of course, you're going to make a point. I'm just saying that people haven't read the whole sentence. I'm not saying she's a saint. I'm not saying she's good. I'm saying that she is one of 400 years of in America that would just as soon have genocided black people once they weren't useful, meaning postbellum. If you look, black people were more protected as slaves because they were property, they were valuable. After slavery ended, it was essentially a genocide. I would argue, and there's going to be plenty of pushback and actual good pushback. I think Jim Crow was a genocidal enterprise. So Margaret Sanger was just one of many. And I think she's somewhat misunderstood. She might have been a racist, but she wasn't inveterate evil, and she certainly wasn't the only one. To focus on Margaret Sanger, I think, is to miss the point. So
well, I don't disagree with that, right? I don't disagree that she's one of many. I will agree with you on that. Right. But I mean, here's the thing, right? She still to this day, her goal has lasting harm. And so people can focus on it. Just like they focus, just like they focus on Donald Trump and everything he supposedly did.
Let's focus on the harm. What harm last
you and I disagree, right? Her quote about getting rid of the blacks was truly from her heart. All this misunderstood garbage.
The problem
here's the thing: you and I can disagree, Stanley. It's okay.
Let me find the quote for you and have you read it so you understand my point. I actually read it out.
No, I've already read it, Stanley. This is nothing new.
Did you read the whole thing?
Yes, Stanley.
You saw the part. So you saw the part about the black preachers.
Yes, Stanley. But here's the thing, Stanley. Hold on.
And I disagree.
Oh, yes, we will, Stanley. Let me say this, right? If I say something like, I think it's best we exterminate the whites because blah blah blah. And then I say now current time. And then I say now get me Jake Paul and all the other white people out here because I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm going to have dinner and coffee and tea and crumpets and let them tell the people that I'm a good person. Do you see how disingenuous that becomes?
That's literally not in context.
No, it absolutely is.
Absolutely
that's
isn't.
basically what she did. She made
Okay, well then you and I
plethora of statements and then went out and then went out and said, now let me get all these black people to push my agenda.
That's literally not the context I took.
Oh, okay. And guess what? We have to agree to disagree.
Well, seems fair. Anything else? Is that all we're gonna disagree on?
Oh,
Hey, can you hear me right now?
Yeah, sorry. I accidentally went into another tab. Can you hear me?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear you. Actually, looks like I lost connection for a minute. Look, I don't have a problem with your interpretation. You and I just disagree on it. And that's that. I don't really want to belabor the point. I just don't take it that way.
Okay. You take it one way, I take it another way. We shake hands and we're good.
Okay. But at least you fucking read it. My actual argument is these people are just going on. I heard it on a YouTube channel. They don't actually go and do the research. I don't mind people. I Black Suitify, you, at least I can depend. SKC is another one. At least I know you've done the homework and you interpret it a different way. All I ask is, hey, we read it, we just interpret it, but at least I fucking know you read it. What am I going to do?
Well, Stanley, I read a lot more than people would wish to believe, and that's mostly because, well, you don't have a degree to keep you warm at night, and you're just a plumber. Sure. You know what I mean? But guess what? There's a lot of people.
What does that mean?
Guess what? There's a lot of people with degrees that keep them warm at night, serving me coffee morning, noon, and night while I'm out making money. So that doesn't mean anything.
The thing is again, American history will serve some motherfuckers. Frederick Douglass never had a degree. And look who Frederick Douglass was and is. That motherfucker never went to college. So, okay, you were a plumber. And?
No. It doesn't mean anything to me because, again, Stanley,
well,
right?
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who talk about you're just a plumber. And I've done it, but it's mostly been joking. Look, most of the smartest black people in America, in my opinion, Frederick Douglass was top of the line. He never got a degree.
You got to read. Reading is key. My mother
you got to
used to tell
read
me,
and think. You can't just read.
Yeah.
You got to think about it. You got to talk
Well, of
to
course.
people. So you know where I'm going with this, but dude,
of course,
dude, and I'm going to play you a little bit. And I'm sorry, American man, I'm a little inebriated, so I'm talkative. However, we're kindred spirits on that shit, dude. I just happen to, have been bookish, but motherfucker, who gives a fuck if you're a plumber? You know how to make an argument, make all the points. Who cares if people agree or disagree? If they can fucking follow your argument, your conclusion might be something we disagree on, but we just disagree. I'm happy we had the argument. I'm happy we know where each other stands, and we might just make jokes because we just disagree on the conclusion. But at least I know you've done the hard work. That's what people don't seem to understand. You did the hard work. You met me on the argument, and we just diverged on the conclusion.
Which is something normal. If you and I was agreeing all the time, we'd be bored.
It's beneficial.
Well, that used to be something normal at one point in time. Now it seems to be this weird, like, if you agree with me, then I shall smite you.
You don't think that's just a YouTube thing, though?
No, I think it's kind of on the street too, and I think the best example of that kind of is Charlie Kirk. I think he's the best example.
But do develop that argument.
Well, because let's literally look at what he did. He didn't go around smacking people and saying you better have my beliefs. He had debates with them. Now you could say it was all rooted in racism. Hold on. Let me finish so you can understand my argument. Now, whether you want to say every debate's rooted in racism, every debate's rooted in transphobia, he had.
Well, don't tell me what I'm gonna think.
No. I'm just saying if you want to say that, right? I'm not saying you are.
Well,
I'm just saying no matter what basket. I'm just saying no matter what basket you want to chalk it up to, the reality was that he went around debating on college campuses. He went around debating on college campuses and was put down allegedly by Tyler Robinson, and the aftermath off of YouTube on every platform, including YouTube, was a bunch of liberals, mostly white, but some dumb black ones that follow, saying, yeah, that's what he deserved. So I don't think it's just a YouTube thing. I think it's actually where society in America is headed. Or where we are, I should say.
Well, boy, howdy, do we disagree. I think Charlie Kirk picked on the young and would never debate anyone who was his equal. And it would be easy to be Charlie Kirk's equal. He was uneducated.
But you're avoiding why he was put down.
Oh, well, you know why I'm avoiding it? Because I don't agree with why he was put down or the guy that they accused of.
Stanley, let's not go down that road, brother.
What I need to do, you finish your argument, I'm going to finish mine. I don't think that the guy who put him down, we agree that it happened by the accused, allegedly, but we don't agree about the politics. I literally think that MAGA is making up the leftist is dangerous bullshit. It's made up, unsubstantiated, and that's fine. Make up your little horrible bedtime stories.
But
you can't bear out the proof.
But what I'm talking about is the reason Charlie Kirk was put down and the aftermath.
I don't think there was
all those on the left.
I think it was cold-blooded. I think it was cold-blooded murk. I don't think there was a reason.
For no reason, they just woke up and was like, you know what?
I don't even think it was that political.
Oh, so you think someone was just like, the cut of his jib rubs me the wrong way?
Yes, literally, that's what I think.
That's cool.
It was not political. It wasn't large politics. And I don't, it'll make this,
and so the backlash online after from leftists.
I don't.
What
Most
was
online
that?
people. I'm sorry to tell you this. Most online people are idiots. So I don't pay attention to the online reaction.
So none of the
It
stuff
is.
on TikTok, none of just
It is.
average people.
I don't even
None
watch
of it.
TikTok. I have a TikTok account. I
Well,
don't
no,
watch
no,
it.
I don't do TikTok either. But what I'm saying is that none of that is real. These are all just online
No,
people
I
that
think
are
it's
not real.
real. I think it's real to the content creators who want to create a narrative. I think the simple narrative is the first theory, which was, Charlie Kirk could tend to be anti-LGBTQ, allegedly. And that's the reason. Nothing more, nothing less.
Oh, okay. And
It
so some guy.
literally wasn't some large, grand political theme.
I'm not
I
even making
literally
that
think it
argument.
was simple.
I am not
Hey,
making that argument.
well, I am making the argument. I am saying it was simple. It wasn't some large conspiracy theory. And you know me, I'm not a conspiracy person.
Well, my original point to get back to, because maybe we're losing it, is that now we live in a time where people can't agree to disagree. And again, it's if you disagree with me, then I must extinguish a view somehow.
So you're basically tying Charlie Kirk's
And,
thing to your argument, correct? Or did I misunderstand that?
and that's why I'm saying Charlie Kirk was the proof of that. Because then after I
And
said that, you asked
okay,
me
I get
what's
you.
the proof of that.
I get you. I get you. I think your proof is trash.
Okay. But
I literally disagree with it. It was a
that's
simple
fine.
reason. It was a
But
simple
those of us,
reason. This grand political theory is trash logic.
well, no one's making a grand political theory. I'm just pointing
Well,
something
sounds
out,
like you
right?
are.
But those of us with eyes and ears and honesty saw what happened immediately after that, and we continue to see what happens with that. The moment I disagree with you, you're istophobe or this or that, and you must be rid of. You can
Well,
pretend like that's not where it is, but that's exactly where it is.
Well, we are dear friends at this point. So I do not mean you. I literally mean to make a dispassionate, objective pushback or rebuttal. I think it was for a simple reason. I think Tyler, whatever the fuck his name was, unstable. I don't think there's a grand political narrative. I don't think I think it was fairly simple. I think it was fairly simple. And the person who's accused of doing it allegedly probably is the person who did it. And to a certain extent, I don't care. I do think that when you play with fire, you're liable to get burned, but I don't think there's some grand political narrative. Charlie Kirk was not that important and he wasn't that bright. He was not some grand political theorist. He would have never been president. He wasn't that important.
Well, I'm not going grand political theory. I'm just pointing something out. I
Well,
never said this was a
conspiracy
grand.
theory,
I never said this was a
conspiracy
grand
theory.
conspiracy. You never heard me
No,
say that.
no. Of course, dude, I'm not saying you said it. I'm the one saying it. And I thought you heard me say I wasn't necessarily talking about you. You are a dear friend of this show.
Yeah, but you're
You
entering
are
things that's really not important
no,
to evade the
you are
argument that I'm making.
accepted. You are accepted
You're
from this
obfuscating.
rebuttal. Oh, of course I am. I'm trying to keep you out of it. I want you to understand that the rebuttal is more to the TikTok reaction not so much personal to you. You're my dear friend. Do you understand the difference, or do you want to
I
be a part?
understand, Stanley.
Yeah, do
I
you want to
completely
be a part?
understand. I
Do you want
completely
to be a
understand
part of
what it
this
is you're
remote?
saying.
Do you want the smoke? Because
Here's the thing, right? It's not about making me a part of rebuttal because when I made my comment, I wasn't talking about you or I. Obviously,
oh,
you and I
absolutely.
have had several disagreements and still do what we do. So I wasn't even
Right.
talking about you and I. I'm just talking about the
Okay, well,
discourse in
my
general.
mistake. Then
That's what I was
it's
talking about,
all
the
on me.
discourse in general.
It's all on me then. I think Charlie Kirk played with fire and he got burned. And no one wants that kind of shit to happen. You should be free. It should be a free speech lollapalooza. Anytime you want to speak on politics or culture, dude, that little worm who's accused of doing it, like I said, it was cowardly. However, um, Charlie Kirk was minor. He wasn't debating his equals. And by the way, he had a YouTube show or something, you could watch on YouTube. I've seen him go up against his actual peers. He never did well. He wasn't, he wasn't, he was never going to be a historically famous political philosopher. He
Well, I mean,
was
that's many people. That's Roland Martin.
he
I've seen
was
that
a he
baboon
was
go up.
a he was a MAGA carnival barker.
Well, agree. Same thing with Roland Martin. He's a liberal
Oh, I don't
buck
care about
broken
Roland Martin.
male. I'm not.
I
Hold
would
on.
agree.
I'm not asking you to care about him. All I'm saying is it's the same thing with Roland Martin.
Oh,
He's a
absolutely.
liberal buck broken clown that walks
Yeah.
around shilling for Democrats, and he has no value. He won't be remembered after his death, and we'll all move on. At least the one thing for Charlie Kirk, he'll be
Well, one
remembered.
thing I will
At
say,
least we won't remember Roland Martin.
what book did Charlie Kirk write?
Did he write a book? Maybe he did. I'm not
Oh,
sure.
he's written a couple. I've
Did
never
Roland?
read
Well,
them,
I haven't read them.
but he has, and one of them
Oh,
was well
okay.
reviewed.
Did Roland Martin write a book?
No, that's literally what I'm saying. Roland Martin actually wrote um, a book, and I can't remember the name. I didn't read it.
The
It was
morning I
very
blew Hillary
long.
Clinton over hot sauce.
No, that wasn't the title. My question to
Stanley
you,
said, "No,
sir.
that wasn't the title."
My question to you, sir, is what book did Charlie Kirk write?
Oh, I just told you. I don't know. I never read any of his books, man.
Okay. My answer is I can't think of one either. So
And I can't think of
wouldn't
one
make
Roland
I
Martin
wouldn't
wrote
make
either.
a Charlie Kirk to Roland Martin comparison. I think they're better examples of someone on the left that you could make. Roland Martin wouldn't be the first person to compare with Charlie Kirk that I'd think of. But why don't you try again?
No, I think he's perfect for it. He's another moron that had a bunch of big platforms, another leftist moron that had a bunch of big platforms and is completely useless. Just a shill for the Democrat Party. Hillary could have dripped hot sauce in his face and he would have been like, "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you."
I see.
You know it and I know it. That man has no
Oh,
dignity.
I'm literally listening to you. I never think about such things.
That man has no dignity or pride. Anyway, we can continue.
All right. Well, I was gonna. We were looking at my horrible failure on CTs.
Oh, I
I'd
was
never go up
trolling.
there because.
Stanley, I was trolling y'all yesterday.
Oh, I don't care.
I was trolling y'all.
I
You
don't
were
go up
getting
there
all
much.
frazzled. I was trolling
I
y'all yesterday.
literally don't go up there much, so I had a good time.
I was in a trolling mood.
Oh, aren't we all sometimes?
Except for the epidural thing. That's 100% true. I know
And
it makes people
thoroughly,
uncomfortable, but
I have
that's the
seen
truth.
I've literally seen my wife get an epidural, and she was fine.
Hold on. I never said
I
women.
happen to agree, and I believe that she's a board certified anesthesiologist.
Oh, I
You
don't
do
believe that.
know,
Not until I see the
you do
paperwork.
know. Well, hold on. Did you know anesthesiologists are the ones who are in charge of the epidurals? She's literally an expert.
Well, again, until I see the paperwork, she's just another white liberal chick babbling on the internet
And
about where they
you're
are.
just some
Okay.
dude.
Oh,
You're just some
okay. But
you're
guess
just
what?
some
But guess what?
Okay, let me
Here's
finish
the
my
difference,
point,
right?
sir. May the host finish his point, please. You're just some non-female talking about shit you don't really know.
Well, I've been in the room twice.
She is literally
Well, I don't
a
know what she
woman.
is. I've not
Okay,
seen.
I don't know why I have
I have
to
not
be
seen her
over
paperwork.
The host is struggling to make his rebuttal, and
Okay,
you
go
just
ahead.
won't let the host do it. She's a
Go ahead.
female who claims to be
There we
a
go.
Cornell med school graduate anesthesiologist who is an expert on epidurals, because that's one of the things anesthesiologists do. And I think she said she is a mother. So not only does she have professional experience, she obviously has some practical experience. If she is to be believed, because this is just YouTube, she might be a lion. However, I will go with her narrative over your narrative because you're not a woman, or are
Okay.
you?
Okay. No, I'm not. No.
I'm gonna go with the woman who gave birth, her narrative.
Okay. Listen, she's an alleged
I hope you
anesthesiologist.
will I
Right?
hope you will allow me. She presented as a female. Are you accusing her of not being a female?
I'm not going down that road with you, Stanley. You got to stop
Well,
it
no,
now.
I'm going to lead you
gotta
down the
stop
road
it
because
now,
I
Stanley. I'm not
really
going down that road
I
with you.
really want to know your real thoughts. She
So let
looked
me. Okay.
like actually a better looking than usual woman up on CT's panel. She was
So here's my real thoughts. What
okay.
is a woman?
It was the one talking about epidurals.
I don't know, right? Because I've been told.
Well, let me tell you what I think a woman is.
Okay, what you think? You're not sure.
No.
We can pull up videos of women
I'm just gonna
telling us they don't know what a woman is.
YouTube is not real life. Can we agree on
Stanley.
Can we agree that YouTube
Correct,
is
Stanley.
not real
But hold
life?
on. But let me point out something that wasn't YouTube. Ketanji Brown, when asked what is a woman,
Okay,
hold on, Stanley. You have to let me finish. Right? That was real life.
Yesterday's
Ketanji Brown is allegedly a woman saying she don't know what a woman is. So I can't listen to you, Stanley. I can't listen to you. I can listen to Ketanji Brown.
Do whataboutism.
That's not whataboutism. I said, you asked me. I said, I don't know. What is a woman? That's where we are in America. We're asking, what is a woman? So I have to go with the lay of the land. The Supreme Court justice said she does not know what a woman is. Am I above her? Are you above her? And she's allegedly a woman.
Of course,
so I'm listening to the woman.
So are you.
So I'm listening to the woman.
Hey, whoa. You're the government. You and I are the government. Of course we're above her.
Okay, Stanley.
Are we what is the government? Is it the people?
Well, yes, correct. I'll go with you down that road.
So we are above Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's give her due in the whole third branch of government. But of course we're above her.
Okay.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't disagree with you, Stanley.
Okay, so my point.
I disagree with you.
You know what? I'm going to let the video prove my point, but I know what a woman is, and I think D9th is a woman. Now, it is YouTube, so until, Yeah, I'm not gonna get all weird about it, but she damn sure looked like a smart woman to me. So let's go with that narrative for now. She appears. She talked to the both of us.
Listen.
But
All I know is she may identify as a woman. I don't know how she identifies, and
all I have to say
until
is
she tells me how she identifies, I want to respect her.
all I have to say, and it'll get back to her. I kind of lust after her. I love me
I
some
know. I saw you
smart.
simping yesterday.
I love me some smart women.
I don't hear anything, Stanley.
You don't hear this?
No. Can you guys in
Uh,
the audience hear it? Because I can't hear it.
hey folks, put a one in the chat, Con. If you can hear this, just let me know. The video specifically, or someone, because I can hear it on my end. Okay, you can't hear the video. Okay, well, I think I understand that part. Let us do this.
Oh, and you asked me yesterday, Stanley, was I there for my two children being born? Yes, sir. From beginning to end, drove to the hospital, and the woman stayed home 2 years after birth, after both pregnancies.
Well, you're a trooper.
Whatever I had to do, Stanley. Whatever I had to
Oh,
do.
absolutely. I know the feeling.
2 years, well, minimum of 2 years. I'm sure it was more, but minimum of 2 years.
Okay, folks. You know what? I'm gonna have to go because I X'd out on that. I'm gonna have to go find it now. One sec. So yeah, I was there for my one. And I, spent a couple hours, 2, 3 hours. It wasn't awfully bad, but you know, um, I spent time, there was like a preparation place where, my wife and I were sitting because it was kind of a slow, she was in pain, but not awful pain. And, we were sitting there and finally, the doctor decided to break the water. Um, could have been because of her age. I can't remember the particulars, but her obstetrician was a female. So, that was okay, whatever. And there was something about the epidural, it was like, I think my wife tried to be a hero. And I finally said, really? You'll be okay.
Well, Stanley. So they do have other options, right?
Right.
But again, right? You can never have a genuine conversation because it's either you're not a woman or the pharmaceutical said, which is usually what you get, right? Now, guess what? If she is a anesthesiologist, like I said earlier, that everyone disagreed with, and Hafez said it, and everyone agreed.
As
She had hold on, she has an incentive to sell these things. It's quite simple.
well,
All
doctors don't sell
doctors as
drugs.
well. They have an incentive to sell you these things.
Well, let me ask you a question. You do realize that most births, at least my kind of birth, actually happens in a hospital. So doctors have privileges. You don't, doctors don't sell drugs or endorse drugs necessarily in a hospital. That's like a private practice thing. Uh, pharmaceutical companies sell to the hospital, and there are doctors involved, but I don't know how she practices. Not that interested, but you can't just accuse some doctor of selling shit.
Well,
That's a
you're trying to bring it down to
no,
a
no, no, no,
street
no.
level.
Don't tell me, sir. Don't tell me what I'm doing. There's some things I actually do know. And, some doctor practicing in a hospital is not there selling drugs. They have privileges to practice in the hospital.
Okay, Stanley, sure. I'm not saying a doctor's
Oh,
standing in the
I
corner
know. This isn't,
shady.
this isn't,
Well, you're not right. I said
this
sure,
is
but
not me guessing. Need you to
okay,
understand me.
okay, Stanley.
This isn't
Again,
Stanley
right?
rules. This is Stanley
Okay,
knows.
okay, Stanley. Right? There is, of course, there's no doctor standing in the corner in the trench coat, opening it up for pregnant women as they walk by. Like I think we all know that.
Do we?
Yes, I think we all know that.
I was just checking. I'm not sure you know.
Well, if it makes you feel good to believe that I don't know, then do
Well,
you,
no,
sir?
I'm just going by what you said.
Right? Like I told you, Stanley, I dive deep into things than most of you would like to believe.
I think you dive deep into things that really are irrelevant to most of your points.
Oh, if you
I
say so.
literally don't. I literally, and this is meant with affection and honesty. I don't know why the epidural thing was a fight that you were even interested in.
Well, listen, right?
I would have never gotten into an epidural argument.
Well, and I see your point, Stanley, right? I'm not gonna say that you are necessarily wrong, right? But I just don't think people realize so many things and that's what I'm gonna leave it at. I think people don't realize so many things that, like, I get we all, have been made to believe that we need certain things. But I think there's just other sides to things that people refuse to look at because the masses are looking at one thing. And so most people go with the masses because they don't stand on their own.
Stand on their own to do what? Home birth?
Home birth? Wait a minute.
Wait
a minute. I'm not pushing home birth.
Let me finish.
I'm not pushing that.
My question, sir.
Go ahead.
What are we standing on? The right to have a home birth?
No. You brought up home birth, not me.
Yes, I did, because
I never said don't go to the hospital. You never heard me say that.
Argument with a supposed anesthesiologist.
Allegedly, she's
allegedly said alleged.
That cis woman is an anesthesiologist.
Okay. I said alleged. If you were talking and didn't hear it, that's a you problem. I just found it a weird argument. I literally think you were wasting your time.
Okay,
I literally think
you're right, Stanley.
there were better
right.
things to fuss about.
I don't disagree, Stanley.
I'm a YouTube troll.
You know what, Stanley? Maybe
there are better ways to lose an argument.
maybe those are one of my passion projects because I've read things about it.
Why did you?
And I know because well, hold on, Stanley. Could it be that maybe I believe that it's harmful to women and children? And I could be totally wrong, Stanley, but is it possible that I believe that, and that's why I have a problem with it? It's not that I'm in some nefarious scheme in a corner rubbing my hands. All women need to have natural birth so they can be in pain. Literally not what this is about. Now, I know that's easy for everyone to go with because then they don't have to critically think. Most people just only think in good or bad box. This good, this bad. That's the average mind. They don't want to think beyond that. They don't have time to think beyond that because they have families to feed. So I get it. I get it.
All I have to say, let me tell you a story. When my son was born, he was a little yellow. It was a bilirubin thing. And the worst mistake I fucking made was literally, I'm a first time father at 41, and my wife was 40 when he was born. So of course I was told by probably a doctor, don't go and look at WebMD. Do not do it. But what did I do late at night? Because she was still in the hospital and I had nothing better to do. I'm looking up, kids with bilirubin. And literally, I was literally.
Did you send yourself into a panic, Stanley?
I was literally like, oh shit. And you know what? After I forget, there's the child who comes home, the first poop is just like, oh my God, is that possible coming from a human? It was like, holy cow. Dude, the kid looked normal in a day after just, evacuating the bowels. And that really taught me, I'm not an MD. I've had a lot of biology in college, et cetera, et cetera. I understand some of the mechanics, but even in 40 years, a lot of that biology, the understanding of it has changed. I let the doctors do the doctors. I just don't know enough. Now I may be able to ask some educated questions, but there's no way I'm going to get up on YouTube. I'm just not going to do it. And I admire your courage, but you didn't win that argument.
Well, here's the thing about YouTube. I've never came to YouTube expecting to win an argument because people on YouTube have one or two things. I'm always right, or if I disagree with you on one thing, I have to disagree with you on everything. Right? People on YouTube don't know how to disagree with you in 1 second, and then when you say something else that's widely known by everyone that's correct, they'll still disagree with you. That's how people on YouTube operate.
Okay, but YouTube is.
You and I are the few.
Well,
you and I are the few.
I need you to understand
that can agree and disagree.
Let me ask you once you're done, I have a question for you. Finish.
Yeah, okay.
Saying, and
Stanley,
I have a kind of an interesting question.
You and
it
I
may involve me and you.
You and I are a part of the very few on YouTube that can disagree during a conversation, and then 30 seconds later in that conversation say something sensible and just agree with it. Most people cannot do that. I disagree with you here, I'm gonna disagree with you all the way out. Many people are like that on YouTube.
Totally wrong.
Yeah, because then what it shows is, one, you're not genuine, and two, you're not intelligent. Because if mid conversation I say the sky is blue and you decide to disagree, it just shows like you lack the intelligence to separate one thing from the next, and that you just are emotional. So now I'm just gonna ride out my emotion. Go ahead, Stanley. I'm done. Go ahead. Ask the question.
You know what? I might. I was switching out earbuds. Give me 1 sec here.
Oh, no problem. No problem. Hey, listen, Constronomy, man, that's your opinion, bro. It's fine, brother. Like, I have no problem with people disagreeing with me. Right? When I say the sky is blue, you could disagree just to disagree as well, bro. I mean, that's how YouTube works.
Yep, I can hear you now.
All right, so you're good?
Bought a new set of earbuds, and I have to train them. how to handle being disconnected. But the bottom line is, the question I want to ask you is, there are ways to win arguments, and you can be partially wrong. You can figure out how to come to a conclusion. But there are some times when you just know you're right, and I'm just not going to entertain the wrong answer. It happens to me in this particular space a lot, because I'll get like of Aaron C up here talking bullshit, about a military or a navy that he obviously wasn't that much engaged in. I know he's wrong on a lot of things, and I'm not going to yield ground. There's some things that you can do back and forth. There's some things I'm not going to even bother arguing with because I know I'm right. Um, I and maybe there's a level of confidence, but you don't you don't just come up on someone's panel claiming to be an expert on something when you are not. That's not It's not how I work. I will yield if I will literally tell you, I think this, I have no evidence, I'm not an expert. What I saw was confidence. I saw competence, and I'm sorry, you lost that one.
Okay,
And
Stanley. I
we're
mean,
friends. You literally showed out and got your ass handed to you.
well, I mean, listen, I disagree with all that. Again, saying like I said, half of
Of
that was
course
just
you do.
trolling y'all.
Why
Half of that was
why would
trolling
you
y'all because I
agree
was
with it?
having fun. If I truly wanted to have a serious conversation on us,
Dude,
I would have. But most of it was trolling. You see me calling CT and nappy headed hoe and all of that. Like most of that was trolling, bro. I was having fun.
let me tell you something, and I don't know where it comes from. I literally remember a chess game that I had with my aunt, who is my father's younger sister. She was teaching me how to play chess, and in my motherfucking dumb fucking 5-year old, let's just say childish, let's not say dumb. Dude, I thought I was good at chess, and I thought I was going to challenge her, and I lost, and I cried. I fucking hate losing.
How old
I
were you?
fucking hate. Okay, I need you to listen to the story. She was like 20 something, 21, 22. She was like a college student. And she taught me to play chess. She actually bought me this beautiful chess set, which I probably still have at home somewhere. I need to find that thing because I took it everywhere. Huh. To college and everywhere. Didn't make it to the Navy, but I know it's still home somewhere. But for some reason or another, I thought I was a super genius at chess at 5. And I literally thought I understood it. And she beat me. And all I'm saying in the example I'm trying to say is I
Yeah,
was
that's completely
wrong
irrelevant.
thinking I was no, it's relevant if you'll let
Completely
me finish the
irrelevant.
story without interruption. It's long-winded. I understand it's boring, but
Yeah,
everyone
come on,
knows my
wrap it up
channel
before I
is
get the
boring.
Sandman out here,
Let me
Stanley.
well, fall asleep. Dude, I take my time on my panel. I don't care about snoozing audiences. I was wrong, and I hate being wrong. And I'm not saying that's the origin story of me hating being wrong, but motherfucker, I don't whistle Dixie if I don't know the tune. And it is all to this day, I will tell you if I don't know it's my opinion, but being wrong is anathema to someone like me. I would rather just, dude, if I'm outright wrong, I will admit it. Like, goddamn, I'm wrong, but I try not to be. I don't mythologize. I don't celebrate being wrong. I don't fucking, theorize unless I have a good reason for theorizing. As a black man of a certain age, it's anathema to be wrong. You better be right or shut the fuck up and listen. Might be something my father or mother taught me. You don't come up on a panel talking shit if someone else is making sense. And I'm just some little, shit. I'm some shit chemistry major from 40 years ago, but the woman was talking the talk. And, I just, you didn't come off well. And forget who the other idiot you were talking to, Hafez. Hafez is a particular type of idiot. He is literally
Well, but if we go back
the
to that
worst of the
moment,
worst when it comes off is idiot.
but if we go
Dude
back to
is
that moment when Hafez said it, she even agreed with him. See, these are the things that no one wants to pay attention to.
Oh
These
no,
little
we're
things.
gonna
But
play it.
I pay
We're
attention to
gonna
these things.
see. We're gonna see.
But Stanley, hold on. I got a quick question. Let's unpack you being 5 years old thinking you were the greatest chess player ever.
Let's. Are you gonna psychologize it?
Let's unpack that, Stanley.
Okay, go ahead and unpack it.
Hey, listen, hearing that story, Stanley, it says a lot. It says a lot about who you are and why you are the way you are
Really,
now.
what does it say?
Because if you could be that arrogant at 5, imagine at 55 and 65.
Well, you do realize between 5 and 61, my actual age, I've had some hard knocks. You at 5 are going to go through some parenting and they will learn. Your parents will teach you how to, dude, you better be right. Otherwise, you're going to get your ass kicked. What I'm trying to tell you, and by the way, it was in my grandparents, my father's, this was my father's sister, young sister at the time. We were there at my grandparents' house for the summer in little Adel, Georgia. And you know what? She's like, well, let's see what you can do with chess. Look, yes, I'm not going to devalue myself, but over the years, especially in the Navy, and the Navy is kind of probably the actual proving ground. Don't be fucking talk shit if you can't back it up. That was the forge my arrogance or conceitedness. Bitch, don't doubt your abilities, but don't over advertise them unless you can deliver. The Navy was the forge. So from 5 to the Navy to now, the Navy.
You've been an arrogant son of a bee, huh?
No, I know what I can do. I'm often wrong.
Well, there's nothing wrong with knowing what you can do.
Not that often.
Even when I'm wrong, I'm right. Right, Stanley?
Nope. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And that's the other thing. Let's pair that with being a lifelong student.
Stanley, can you drop the link for D9 so we can find out if this cis woman is in fact a woman
if D9 wants
or a
to come
doctor?
up, but ma'am, does she actually want to come up?
Oh, hey, listen, she doesn't have to.
No. Unless D9 says, I want to come up, I'm not dropping the link just so she can come up and debate you.
I don't want to debate her. I just want to know if she identifies as a woman or not.
Did D9, ma'am, I've not been watching the chat. If you want to come up, of course.
I don't want to debate her, Stanley. That's useless. It's not fruitful.
I'm sorry, what's not fruitful? You're telling me how to run
her and I debating. Her and I debating is not fruitful.
You're actually telling me what's fruitful on my panel.
I am.
Well, just to glance at the chat, she's not begging to come up here.
No one ever accused her of begging to come up here, buddy,
Well, then why would I drop the link? She's not asking for it.
because she's being spoken of.
She's in the chat. If she has a problem with how she's being spoken of,
You are correct, Stanley. You are correct. I just wanted to
Oh,
know.
by the way,
I just wanted to
folks,
know.
by the way, hold on one sec. Let me do the commercial. Everyone, please hit the like button. If
See?
you're new to the channel, you might regret it, but the bottom line is it's not everyone's cup of tea. The link, because I've corrected it, it was my bad, because this is a pop-up. I didn't dot every I across every T, but the link is dropped. The active link is dropped in the chat if anyone wants to come up. It's somewhere in the chat. And Dinan, if you want to, please do. If you don't, that's fine too. I'm glad you're here. You know, I'm glad she's here. I think she's smart.
Again, Stanley, right?
Wait, hold it. She does not need my approval or if she's smart, but I enjoy having smart women in my audience. She
Stanley,
knows how to do a one-liner too.
There's nothing for her and I to debate. So let's just clear the air. You use the term debate. No one's looking for a debate.
Son, no one ever thought there was gonna be a debate.
Well, you used the word, so you clearly
You're the one who suggested I drop the link
because she's being spoken of. That's it.
Literally
not to debate her, buddy. Not to debate her. There's nothing to debate about.
Well, then why would I?
There's nothing for you and I to debate about, Stanley.
Do I literally need? And I don't do this, son. You talked about D9 and dropping the link in the same sentence.
Okay, Stanley, you're right. You're right. Because we're not going to move past it. Okay, Stanley. If you're not told you're right, we're not going to move past it. You're right, Stanley.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, American man.
Honey, you're right.
Are you so intimidated?
Yes. I'm frightened, Stanley. Frightened.
Oh, shit. I'm frightened of her. My God, now I can't talk like biology or chemistry. I might get my ass corrected by someone,
Stanley.
Someone I can't refute. No, she got into some like hormonal shit that, dude, she got kind of technical if you didn't notice. And by the way, let's play this because she kind of gets detailed and it gets overlooked. She's literally talking like biochemistry. And dude, I just happen to have had a couple biochem classes. Dude, it went over my head.
Baron C says we are taught to view him as a hero. I just didn't know it was over one plane this whole time.
That's one more than he shot down.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to tell you this, Baron C.
Yeah.
And I hate to lord it over you, but I've actually been, I think it was 30 or 40 days of actual combat. They call it actual combat. I was in an actual war. And no, I was out, on a minesweeper, but it was dangerous work. There was a shooting war at the time. It's literally on my DD-214 that I have had active combat service. So I understand every day in the military, no matter your service, you can lose your life. People die in basic training. So, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm just saying, don't get out over your skis. And I think Baron C is out over his skis with this one.
Yeah. I think he's
it does dishonor to the uniform he wore. He was an enlisted man.
Yeah.
Dory Miller, enlisted man.
Yeah.
So he's actually dishonoring the uniform of Aaron C's, dishonoring the uniform he wore.
Yeah. I think like I said, man, I think of Aaron C. as a good guy, but I think he skated, to be honest with you.
He's a good young man, and I think he's just being a little bit of an edgelord.
Yeah. What do you think they're gonna do? You think they're gonna go through with it?
Now, let me make one point here about that edgelord comment. It's literally a dig. It's literally. There's something about subtlety. Edgelord, that's at this point in time in 2026, a little bit of an old fashioned comment about a dumb. It's an old fashioned way of saying what you're a fucking incel. Of Aaron C will never convince me that he's normal. I think that motherfucker is a weirdo.
Well, the way he speaks.
So,
well, the way he speaks. Come on, man. The way he does that weird whatever accent that he feels he's doing.
Well, I think he's a Westerner.
He's not normal.
He last I saw him like substantively on video and interacted with him, he was in Utah. So he's kind of a West Coast guy. He's like some, fake Utah surfer dude. But he keeps emphasizing his white supremacy. And I'm not going to get into it now, but I love it when he comes up and calls me or gets into the chat and calls me a commie. He's literally, he's a valued member of the community, the Stanley versus the world community. But dude, he's got to do better. I am not CT. As Palomino learned tonight. Dude, I'm paring down the stupidity. And Palomino, I'm actually kind of shocked at Palomino because usually, once he realizes that he's a moron, he'll usually, just kind of simmer down. But that dude, Be Brave or somebody has just taught him to double down on that stupidity. And I'm glad he wants to kick up like a goddamn mule. Motherfucker, go find another paddock. I'd be surprised if they did. This is more pushback than they probably expected.
Yeah.
I don't know that they want to, keep this up before an election. They're already a little bit underwater.
Yeah. Why do you think a lot of people aren't really covering this topic?
You mean on YouTube?
Anywhere. I haven't heard really anybody talking about it.
Well, apparently CNN did.
Well, they did. Yeah, they did.
I mean, that's pretty big. And I think they said the New York Times has reported it. So it's not. This isn't like a war, like the Iraq war level type news.
Yeah. Called him a DEI. Called him DEI. Like that's some wild shit to say about a war hero. A DEI war hero.
Yeah, that's kind of despicable.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Yeah, to be honest with you. DEI war hero. Yikes.
Well, I mean, Trump is anti-DEI. The words came out of Trump's mouth. So, I mean, I would imagine if Trump is so anti-DEI, he wouldn't have allowed this to happen.
Yeah.
And it really wouldn't be. I think it's just more egregious when Trump is on film announcing it.
Yeah. American Man, what's up, buddy?
Well, I'm anti-DEI.
What's going on, American Man?
There you are. What's up, CT?
What's going on?
How you gentlemen doing?
Pretty good. Doris Miller. Donald Trump wants this USS carrier named after him now. Or I guess the Navy wants to change the name.
That's just Trump being Trump. I'm not gonna sit down and act like, oh my God, he wants to name a ship after him. That's the gravest thing to democracy. I'm not that type of weirdo. All types of people do that stupidness.
Oh,
How do
yeah?
you think we got that name, Doris Miller? Some weirdo wanted it named after that person. Not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world. Stop clutching your pearls.
I think it is something to clutch your pearls about.
Well, the
I think it is something.
Why?
Because the family,
reneging.
it's the reneging of it. It's the reneging of it.
It's spelled with an E, RENEG, isn't it?
I don't know. Is it?
Okay, why? Why should we clutch our pearls?
Well, how about this? Why don't we let the actual servicemen speak before
No. I'm asking you, CT. You said it's problematic, so I'm asking you, and then we could get to Stanley.
Because what else would people go back on? It's a bad business deal. You already promised the family that the ship would be named after their relative. The namesake was already christened. It was already christened in 2020. So I don't know when construction of the ship. When is Stanley? When is the construction?
Who christened it in 2020?
Who christened it? The Navy christened it.
Well, I don't think it's actually been christened.
Now they christened it.
It's
yeah, because it's not built.
It has to be built. It has to be built to be christened.
Thank you so much, Cliff, for the PayPal. Go ahead.
Okay, so someone said that they would name the ship after this military family.
The Navy, yeah.
Okay, the Navy.
The
right
U.S.
now.
Navy, here it is. The U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, the USS Doris Miller, was named and christened in name.
Oh, it was christened
during Donald Trump's first administration in January of 2020. It marks the first supercarrier named.
Donald Trump wasn't in power in January of 2020, you moron.
It says it here, the first administration.
CT.
I'm just reading.
Who was our president in 2020 of January?
Donald Trump was the president.
Until the 21st, he was the president.
Oh my God!
Donald Trump
until January 20th.
I love these stupid word games by blacks.
No, it's not a word game. When did Biden take office?
What, the 13th or something? Sure.
Okay, but was still the president. It's not the 13th, but it's okay.
It's like the 20th or right around.
Okay, the 20th, the 21st. Do I have to open my laptop and get to the exact dates? Because all of a sudden
you open your laptop. It would be a help.
Trump was still the president for 40 days. 50 days. Trump was the president, bro. It doesn't matter. He's the president up until that exact 12 or 11:59 on the dot. Bro,
okay,
it is what it is.
Okay, you're correct. You're correct. On the dot. I'm going to go with you.
It's under Trump's administration.
Can you plug it right there, Stanley?
Trump off of this. Distant Light says, please say renege.
I'm sorry. Hold on one
more
second.
time.
Let me pause this.
Go ahead.
Now, you see how when CT said Trump was president until 59 on a dot, I said, you know what? Correct. That's correct information. So I can't argue this point anymore.
What point were you arguing?
Because he is correct, right? He's right up until whatever date they've denoted the next president take over. Trump was still the president.
Yeah, and I mean that was a good point.
Correct. And do you see how when he made that good point, I moved off of it?
Okay,
you know what, CT?
Lost.
You're correct.
Okay.
Anyway, go ahead.
I'm glad you were able to acknowledge CT's good point.
Go ahead, Stanley. Continue.
And by the way, renege here. People seem to think it's spelled RENIG, and it's not. I said RENEG. I forgot an E, but RENIG is just bad pronunciation. And I don't care about the colloquial pronunciation and all that stuff, but this is just a nest of ignorance that is reinforced by big dumb birds sitting on the eggs.
Listen, I'm going to go with you on the dot. You're correct, right? On the dot. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you guys
Not
on
that I'm
that.
correct or not. It's just, was he the president at the time and was he not? I mean, bro,
Yes. Okay. So we're going to say
about what he is.
Okay. So we're going to say it's under Trump's presidency. I'm not going to argue with you guys on that because when we're talking factual, it's fact that he's president until 11:59 on the dot.
Whatever. Go ahead.
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm just saying.
Why are you whatevering me?
I'm just saying, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
You okay? You okay, American man? Everything going okay? You sound on edge.
No, I'm not on edge. It's just, CT is whatevering me and I'm agreeing with him. Listen, I'm not disagreeing with him. He's right. Once he said on the dot, right? I said, you know what? He's correct.
Brother, can we get back to the renaming of the ship, please? The renaming of the ship.
You see that? You can't even agree with a black man. God damn.
The renaming of the ship, sir. Go ahead.
Listen,
yes.
Right? Is it important? No. Should he rename the ship? No. But I don't get why we're all up in arms about it, to be honest.
I don't think anybody's up in arms. They're just
he's doing a show about it.
Shaking their head. Just shaking our heads like, that's Trump.
Why are we not talking about Lindsey Clancy and what's going on around that?
We're going to talk about Lindsey Clancy in the next portion of the show. We're still talking about Trump. We're still talking about Trump and his reneging or reneging, whatever. Go ahead.
Trump is a reneg.
He's a yeah. Go ahead.
Listen, it's a bad look. I'm not going to defend it because I'm not here to defend Trump or what he does. Guy has no bearing in my life. Yeah. I'm not going to defend it. It looks bad. But, man, he wants the ship named after him. I really, that's not something that I could go up in arms about. It looks bad. It's insignificant. And just if it's been christened, just go forward with it and everyone move on.
It's actually significant. And having been in the Navy, I am a bit biased and more inclined to keep up with this sort of thing. I also want to remind you that Trump also wants a whole class of battleships named the Trump class, which I don't think battleships, they stopped making them for a reason, they're unnecessary. So not only does he seem to want a carrier, he wants a whole class of battleships. He's bringing back the World War II style battleship to be the Trump class.
Well, I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is.
Look it up. I'm not.
I don't know how true that is. When it comes out on MSN and it comes out of Rachel Maddow's,
you doubting it does not change my point.
Sure. When it comes out of Rachel Maddow's muff hole, it does not mean that it's true.
Yeah, I'm never gonna understand how Rachel Maddow came into this. I'd be interested in you explaining why Rachel Maddow popped into your head. Because you're the one who brought her up.
The reason Rachel Madcow popped into my head is because she's known to get on whatever network she's on. She's on MS Now, right? That's what they call it now. It's MS Now, I think, right? And she got up there from 2016 to 2020 telling all type of lies. And so I can't trust that network. But you say they reported on it, you trust them, that's your thing. I mean,
So
I don't trust any network for that matter, to be honest.
You literally want to defend why you brought her up. Do you really want to stand on that ground?
Brother, what I was
this could be. Whoa. Let me finish, sir.
Are hyperbolic and they're liars.
Let me finish, sir. This could be fun, but it's not particularly necessary. All I asked is, why did Rachel quote Madcow appear in your brain when in MS Now when literally no one brought it up but you did?
You did, Stanley. You said, I read on CNN and MS Now or MSNBC.
I literally did not bring up Rachel Maddow.
No, you did not bring up Rachel Maddow.
I literally did not bring up MS Now.
Oh, okay, Stanley. Why don't you play it back?
Should
You'll
I
hear yourself
rewind
say it.
No, let's help a
rewind it.
working man out.
And watch this. Watch it. If I'm incorrect,
apparently, let me just go back. I think I went back 5 minutes. Let's play this and see if Stanley mentions Rachel quote Mad Cow.
I just said you never mentioned Rachel Maddow.
No, I need you to just listen. And
but I just said you never mentioned Rachel Maddow.
Please empathize with my surprise that you bring up Rachel Maddow. Can you empathize with my surprise how you go so far off topic, so far off script that you surprised even me, and I've known you for a bit. So let's re-listen. Tell me where I'm wrong because I brought up MS Now.
Can we get back to the renaming of the ship, please? The renaming of the ship.
You see that you can't even agree with a black man. God damn.
The renaming of the ship, sir. Go ahead.
Listen, yes. Right? Is it important? No. Should he rename the ship? No. But I don't get why we're all up in arms about it, to be honest.
I don't think anybody's up in arms. They're just
he's doing a show about it.
Shaking their head. Just shaking our heads like that. That's Trump.
Why are we not talking about Lindsey Clancy and what's going on around that? We're going to talk about
Lindsey Clancy in the next portion of the show. We're still talking about Trump. We're still talking about Trump and his reneging or reneging, whatever. Go ahead.
Trump is a reneg.
He's a yeah. Go ahead.
Listen, it's a bad look. I'm not going to defend it because I'm not here to defend Trump or what he does. Guy has no bearing in my life. Yeah. I'm not going to defend it. It looks bad. But, man, he wants the ship named after him. I really, that's not something that I could go up in arms about. It looks bad. It's insignificant. And just if it's been christened, just go forward with it and everyone move on.
It's actually significant. And having been in the Navy, I am a bit biased and more inclined to keep up with this sort of thing. I also want to remind you that Trump also wants a whole class of battleships named the Trump class, which I don't think battleships, they stopped making them for a reason, they're unnecessary. So not only does he seem to want a carrier, he wants a whole class of battleships. He's bringing back the World War II style battleship to be the Trump class.
Well, I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is.
Look it up. I'm not.
I don't know how true that is. When it comes out on MSN and it comes out of Rachel Maddow's,
you doubting it does not. All right. Well, there we are. I didn't hear myself bring up Rachel Maddow.
You didn't bring up Rachel Maddow or MSNBC. See how simple that is? You played it back. I heard it, and I can admit.
Thank God. Let's proceed then. Oh, by the way, because you doubted something else, let me look it up right quick. Which to me is egregious as a former Navy man. Because you seem to have doubted my bringing it up. And this is just Wikipedia. But the Trump class battleship is a proposed nuclear-powered guided missile warship for the United States Navy, announced by U.S. President Donald Trump in December 2025. The class is also known as BBGX for experimental, I guess, or BBGN in Navy documents, and is intended to initially consist of the lead ship USS Defiant, which used to be, I think it used to be an MSO. I've actually seen it. It was a little minesweeper. The class is envisioned to adding a nuclear-capable cruise missile option to the U.S. Navy surface fleet, along with the non-nuclear conventional prompt strike hypersonic attack missile. So this motherfucker wants a Trump-class battleship, and granted, it is lowly Wikipedia, but I wasn't lying about that shit either. If you keep up with the news, you know what Trump is proposing. So let us proceed. So we know that Trump class battleship is actually a thing. It's proposed. We do know Stanley didn't bring up MS now or Rachel Maddow. We've established that. So let's see what other shenanigans.
Shenanigans. You pulled up Wikipedia, Stanley. So it's true.
You know what? It's a down and dirty. You can do deeper research. I'm not going to. I just need you to understand I wasn't pulling it out of Rachel Mad Cow's ass or in MSNBC fluffery. If we're do deeper research, my only thing is it is actually a proposal that's out in the ether. Stanley didn't make it up. That's the only thing I'm saying.
You're right. Wikipedia
are you
said
literally going to
so
say,
true.
Stanley, you wrote the Wikipedia? Are you going to say,
so
Stanley, you wrote the Wikipedia page?
Yes. Stanley, you wrote the Wikipedia.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, let's proceed.
Do you think that you're playing a video, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
I said, do you think you're playing a video? Because the video's not playing.
God damn it.
It's still got the
you know what? I'm so sorry. My apparently I've had too many
the episode True Wikipedia was still up.
Wikipedia. Well, now it's not. Seems to be back to me starting to mock you. So we'll start here. Not sure it's true. I wouldn't say it if I didn't think it was true and could prove that it's true. Now,
well, Stanley, here's the thing about that. You can.
Oh, you know what? I can't tell the difference between you talking on CT or you talking on the actual panel.
No. Go ahead. No. Go ahead. Let it play.
Okay.
Now you can say anything. Let's move on. It doesn't mean that it's true.
Say. I have had my say.
Okay, you've had your say, and
let's move on.
You've had your Metamucil as well. What does that
getting
mean?
in the way of CT conducting his show, sir. Metamucil.
No, this is good. This is good, man. I'm trying to figure out what's your angle here, American man.
My angle is that because Stanley says, "Oh, Trump wants to do this," does it make it true? Rachel Maddow, out of her muff, has said a million things. Did it make it true?
Rachel Maddow?
Well,
and by the way, I can't remember the last time I watched something Rachel Maddow did. I don't really watch news like that. I read it. I don't necessarily watch it.
So you read what Rachel Maddow has said out of her muff hole, and
no, I have not read Rachel Maddow.
Again, whatever she says out of her muff hole doesn't make it true.
Well, you're the only one up here who listens to her. I just said I don't, or read her or whatever.
Shout out to Rachel Maddow.
You keep up with the Rachel Maddow news, apparently. I do.
I do. I love Rachel Maddow. She's my idol.
Obviously, you brought her up.
I do. She's my idol. So anyway, Stanley, just
I
because
bet you got a Rachel Maddow haircut, don't you?
I do. And I have a poster of her on my wall. But again, Stanley, just because you read something doesn't make it true. That's the reality.
Just because you doubt what I read doesn't make your side true either.
Correct.
So we're at a.
You see how that works? You see how that works?
We're at a stalemate, buddy. Let's move on.
Correct. Let's move on.
Why doesn't this bother you? Okay, American Man. Okay, so the family was promised the namesake or whatever. They're going back on it. This is a problem, bro, to be honest with you, man. And normally I don't call out injustice, but this is an injustice right here. I don't think it's a racial injustice. I just think this is an injustice. And then it opens up the floodgates for people like Aaron C. to call him a DEI hero. He's a little out of line for that. It's out of line. It's out of line.
Well, listen, if you ever listen to the way of Aaron C. talks, if you take him seriously, you're a weirdo. That's number one. Right? And again, right, I will say it again. To go back on what has been already affirmed is weird. You should not do it, right? Okay. It looks weird. But is this the first time this has ever happened? I'm going to venture to say no. I think it's just major news because Donald Trump did it. And so Stanley wants to claim racism and white supremacy.
I literally didn't use either of those words.
I know, Stanley. I'm just being a little hyperbolic to get the people going. So
now you're not telling the truth.
I'm just being a little hyperbolic, Stanley, to get the people going.
A little?
That's all. Come on, Stanley. You know, come on. Don't act like you don't know the bit. Let's do the bit.
I had no clue I was up here to do a bit.
I'm like, I love this guy. But yeah, listen, right? It looks bad. I agree, CT. I'm not disagreeing. He should stick to it. If it's been christened, he has to just go with it. But he's not. Now, the angle of, it's racism and all that stupidness, I don't think that's what it is. Right? Trump wants a ship named after him. He's getting to the last years of his presidency. He wants to be remembered. It's Trump. Remember, every building had to have him. Everything had to have him. That's what he wants. That's all this is. Yeah. Trump's not thinking about, this is racism. No, I want this named after me because I'm the great Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not going to get into the theory of all that. I'll save it for my show later. But just because, you know what? I'm not going to even go there because it'll just trigger American Man, and we don't need that right now.
No, you go ahead and say what you want to say.
No, out of respect for CT, I'm going to keep.
Well, what do you think?
Because we are jousting back and forth, and not so interestingly. I will say this. Sometimes, there's D Ninth. Please stop talking, American Man. Let me also add, sometimes RLM is problematic too. I will lump RLM into the whole sphere of people who their brains are full of feelings, but never the urge to actually think critically. RLM, Jules, and there's a whole herd of these women like femininity bashers, but they want femininity. They want said femininity. I meant feminism. They are literally beautiful, Wonderful women, but boy, howdy, are they just fucking uneducated. Jewel, and I've never seen Jewel like personally, but RLM and her sister, because I've seen the both of them. They literally have gotten by on beauty, never their brains. And it's a critique. I'm sure RLM. Well, I've talked to RLM, on our panels. You are you are bright, but I'm sorry. You coming up and shedding on feminism, it's not impressive. It's only to like red pill anti-feminism. It's literally trash intellect. Feminism, this anti-feminism bullshit, this red pill bullshit. It's trash logic. It's unstudied. It is sheer ignorance. And I'm gonna be honest, I can excuse RLM because she has some racial views that are boutique. I'll be kind in calling them that. I don't understand black people who have literally just they don't believe the history. There is a whole trope out there. Believe what people tell you they are. And this whole CT, John Galt, American Man, you're included, blacks, Bob, y'all are fucking fools. You literally don't believe the history that's right there in front of you. You literally don't believe your own eyes. You see things very differently. And John Galt is the only exception. He grew up in Alabama, so I know he's an idiot. The rest of y'all grew up in big cities and shit, so y'all may not understand black culture even. You certainly don't understand white people. And racism is just a thing in 2026, but acting like the shit doesn't exist. I find it humorous. And I it's a YouTube thing. Y'all do what you do, but I find it weird. And John Galt is he's the king of weird. Because he grew up not too far from where I live in Georgia. This motherfucker, whatever happened to him during his formative years, fucked him up in the head and permanently. The rest of y'all are just some big city people who think they understand black culture through a rap culture that is not the whole of black culture. What rap music is literally, white people bought the beat. And I literally think that people like John Galt, people like CT, who literally want to trash, quote, black culture, because there's no one black culture. Need to get that out up front. Y'all literally are seeing, quote, black culture through white supremacist eyes. When someone literally says the black face of white supremacy, it is literally John Galt. He literally is seeing black culture through Be Brave's eyes. And Be Brave is a failure of white skin. There's a whole narrative about, Izzy Band's American Man, not American Man, Angry Man, all these weirdos who are literally failures of black manhood. There's not a one of you that I don't have a criticism of. You're all failures. American Man, at least you have an actual honest job, and you do. an honest day's work. You earn your bread and you earn a lot of money for doing it. And Blacks does too, by the way. That's why, I don't fuck, when y'all say something, I may laugh at it. I may, mock it. But in the end, y'all are real men. John Galt, CT, American Man, Izzy Bands, those motherfuckers aren't real men. They're YouTube personalities. They don't do real jobs. So
Well, so you said a mouthful and you included me.
I also gave you a compliment. Did you notice?
I heard everything you said, Stanley. I heard every last word.
So critique away.
So one, the bashing of RLM and Aquarius, I'm not sure why it was necessary. I don't agree. Hold on, Stanley. I listened to you for 20 minutes. Stanley, I listened to you for 20 minutes.
Nope. You will listen more. RLM, I think, is a problem mostly to herself. That's why I mentioned her. Jewel, same thing. These are literally nymphs of fucking Black manosphere. They are the cheerleaders. So that's why I mentioned them. Please proceed.
First of all, if you think they give a damn about the Black manosphere, you're a bigger fool than I could ever imagine. That's first
Well, then
of all.
explain. No, that I'm not going to disagree, but please explain how I'm wrong. I'm not going to disagree. I think
Because they may agree with things in the manosphere as a whole, but the Black manosphere, they have no concern about that. So,
I don't. Okay.
So you get that incorrect.
I think you got a point. They don't care about Black men.
Well, no one does. Not even other Black men or Black women.
I think Black women do.
Yeah, that's a crock of bullshit.
Well, let me tell you why I think you're right. And Jewel is just a weirdo. Supposedly she has a Black man who she put on a panel once to talk to me, and I shredded the both of them. And I think she said he's younger, so she's RLM has outright said she only dates white men. Art, I don't know if she thought Art was white, who knows? But literally that I only date white men, I find that kind of disgusting. Well, her personal preferences, but there's a way to say it without being so offensive.
Yeah, but now you're getting into the female range of tone policing, and
I'm literally making a high level critique. I think a YouTube content creator who bluntly says that I only date white men, and she entertains overt racists on her panel. I literally don't listen to RLM's show, even though we're cool, when we see each other on panels. I literally told her your show is not something that is my cup of tea, because she just lets these fucking racists run rampant. And this, I hope you know, I know this isn't something I wouldn't say with these people up on the panel. They don't understand American culture. They just understand their uneducated version of it. No idea what race in America is about or the history. RLM, I love her as a content creator. I just can't watch her shit. And Tootie is even worse. Tootie's Tootie. What the fuck is her name? I'm calling her Tootie. Tootie Bug or whatever the fuck. She's even worse. So, and you know what? I understand who they are and what they are. if I even run into them on a panel, we'll be cordial. But they know how I feel about the rhetoric they put forth on their panels. I think it's white trashery, and that racist shit isn't something I need to tune into. And there are plenty of blacks that buy into that. They're the white face of, the black face of white supremacy. Galt is the mask. That motherfucker is, honestly, John Galt is the most racist motherfucker I've run into on YouTube, mostly because he's the cheerleader. This motherfucker has literally invited white Jared, what's his name? Jared Kessler or whatever. This motherfucker has literally invited famous white fucking supremacists up on the channel, and he was like treating them like royalty. So I like Galt, but I'm not going to pretend that he's someone that I would want my kids to hang around. The motherfucker's a goddamn racist.
Well, I mean, I would like to finish. You said a mouthful, and I said two words, and you jumped in and dropped
I got
me.
more to say. I'm kind of on a roll.
Oh, then go ahead and finish your role.
No.
So I can say something.
I want you to finish your soliloquy.
So again, right? Your critiques of people on YouTube is fine. I disagree with the things you said about RLM and Aquarius, but you're entitled to your critique. I have critiques of other people on YouTube, and no one's going to change my mind. So that's how that works on that. As far as you saying certain blacks act like racism don't exist, I think what happens with a lot of people is they hear one thing and then they go away with their own assessment, right? Just because certain people aren't crying racism at every turn and every corner of their life does not mean that they're saying, oh, racism doesn't exist. But that's how many of blacks interpret it. Oh, you're not marching and crying with us about every little thing? You think racism doesn't exist. Because here's the thing.
Let me ask you
hold on. Allow me to finish. Allow me to finish.
Don't talk
You've
about.
never once heard me say, you've never once.
Okay, son, you have to have panel discipline. When I say, hey, I got a question, you need to stop and let me ask the question. You know this. Do you consider me one of those many blacks
that make comments that, oh, well, because they don't constantly cry racism, they believe racism don't exist? You said it in your soliloquy. Y'all believe racism don't exist.
You a yes, no.
Yes,
yes, no
Stanley.
question.
Yes. Now allow me to finish. Right. So you guys make these comments about, oh, these people don't believe racism exists. You never once heard blacks say racism doesn't exist. You damn sure never once heard me say that.
Let me tell you, let me ask you a question. I literally said John Galt was the worst. I literally, CT is the second, Bob is the third. Blacks.
And you still threw me in blacks.
Okay, I need you to let me finish. I didn't mention blacks other than I think some of his opinions about black culture. And if I gave you the wrong impression, I think blacks is on the edge of that. But no, blacks is nowhere near the black face of white supremacy. I don't even think that. I have some problems with several other things, but I would never think he's the black face of white supremacy.
To be honest, I don't think you even know what that means. You heard a white liberal say it. And you're regurgitating it.
To be honest, you're entitled to your opinion, but I guarantee you, I do know.
Sure,
But
buddy.
you're entitled to your opinion. I'm not going to fuss at you.
As I said, right? You threw my name in that mix, right? Forget about blacks.
Oh yeah,
You threw my name in that mix,
you
claiming
stay there.
I can't.
I
Goddamn,
accepted
boy.
blacks. I accepted blacks who defy.
Okay, sure, man. But let me ask you a question.
I do not accept you.
Oh, okay, Stanley.
Blacks is accepted,
and I'm not
you are
heartbroken,
not.
Stanley. Stanley, I'm not
Well, that's
heartbroken,
fine.
brother.
Well, good.
Like, there's still going to be food on my table. You know that. Guess
Dude,
what, buddy?
if I thought critiquing you would take food off your table, I wouldn't be talking freely.
Well, guess what? Guess what? Here's the thing, right? When have you ever heard me say or even imply that there is no racism?
When you have a problem with me calling RLM a racist.
Did I say I had a problem?
Well, you say that. I thought I heard you say that I'm wrong about RLM. Maybe you didn't understand.
Yeah, I said I disagree with your critique, Stanley.
She is an overt racist.
Yeah, Stanley, and that's how you see it. There were people that you think
Okay,
that you think that Margaret Sanger wasn't an overt racist.
Quibble.
Come on, man.
We may have to get to yes no questions. I think RLM is an overt racist, and she tolerates the overt. Damn, I am slurring now. Overt racism on her panel. I think she is an overt, out open, profiting off of racist attitudes. Now, do you agree? Just say yes or no.
If you're not going to answer a question, Stanley, I'm not going to answer questions.
Okay, what's your goddamn question? I'm getting bored.
I'm getting bored too, Stanley.
Good. I think she's a racist. What's your question?
And you believe Margaret Sanger was just misunderstood, right?
Okay, I'm literally not talking
it's a fucking
about
joke. Huge fucking joke.
Of course you're going to go to Margaret Sanger when we're talking about RLM. What else could you possibly do?
You missed the point, but this is what you do. So go ahead.
Deflection.
This is it's not a deflection, Stanley.
Hey, black
the
man.
The point is, I don't see RLM as a racist. You don't see Margaret Sanger as a racist. You see how that works?
I see black men like me are direct in their criticism. I think RLM is an overt racist, and her panels are more racist than she is. Do you agree with me on that?
I disagree. There we go.
Okay, then that's all I need to know. We can move on.
Now, back to the question that you've yet to answer. When have you heard me say racism does not exist?
Probably never.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. You can continue the video.
Oh, goody.
You know, women aren't educated on what it feels like, what you go through, how to acknowledge it. So I'm assuming that more women suffer from it and they're just supporting because they've gone through it or they know someone who's gone through it. I mean, that's the only thing.
Skywalker says that bitch, Lindsay Clancy, should be locked up in the same room, and the same thing should happen to her that she did to her kids, and any woman that supports her needs their kids taken away. Do you agree with that, Arla?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't even, I'm sorry.
No, you good.
Not in your shoes, but I can't fathom. And I mean, the way it was done with resistance bands around their necks.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, the level of darkness.
Yeah.
And then if you look, like, you know, it feels kind of planned out, right? She Googled how long her husband would be gone. The wounds, the slits on her arms they're pretty artificial.
She was a labor and delivery nurse too. Go ahead.
Yeah. Which is even scarier.
Yeah.
But here's what creeps me out the most. She is emotionless in court. Like,
Yeah.
her face doesn't move. There's not
Oh,
a
you noticed
tear.
that
There's
as
not.
well, huh, RLM?
And
Because I
and
noticed that.
and so like Chitty was like, oh, she's probably really drugged up. I'm like, but you would think that the defense would want her to show. I mean, because they're pleading insanity, right? Like she's obviously going away. It's whether or not she gets locked up or institutionalized. You would think that they would want her. She doesn't move in that chair. She just looks straight ahead. Yeah. It's creepy.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
why do you think people now are supporting a woman like this? But how come women didn't support Susan Smith?
I couldn't tell you, because I
think about that. Why are women supporting this woman, but women didn't support Susan Smith and a lot of those women from yesteryear who K-worded?
Was Susan Smith the one who drove the car into the pool?
Yeah, she's the one who drove the kids to the pond.
Okay, well,
and then said a black man stole her kids.
The reason they didn't support her is she blamed it on a black man.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Yeah, she did.
Nice. So that's why they're not going to support her. Now, see how easily I took apart some weird and paying tribute to MOT, that Delta November bullshit. Dude, the reason Susan Smith didn't get the support is she was an overt racist, much like some females that I encounter, and they are lesser by, geometrically less, because they don't do as much harm. But yeah. It's fascinating how shy people are at talking bullshit, and then when they get called out for it, they get all defensive. CT, I think, is an overt racist too. Some of the narratives that he allows, and look, you can give me the thing that he's playing a character and it's all for money, but that's even worse. Dude, playing a fucking character, letting the fucking, the great grandchildren of the Klan up there to talk shit about black people, it's egregious and not productive. It's not building a better America. It's literally just making it worse.
Good catch,
Yeah,
Stanley.
Good catch.
You know what disappoints me most, Stanley?
Age comes in handy. I can't imagine what would disappoint you most.
Is that when CT does his shows kicking in the backs of whites, not a single black comes up to talk smack. They all hide in the chat.
Oh, you know
and wait
what?
for him.
I agree with you. I agree. But my question would be, why is CT talking smack about the whites?
Well, hold on. Because
How is talk? No, hold on. How is talking smack about the whites not racist? Tell me the difference.
sure, let's call it all racism, Stanley. Right?
Okay,
But
no, you want to talk about CT smacking the whites. Tell me why CT smacking the whites is less racist.
I
than
never
CT
said it
smacking
was.
the blacks.
I'm not making that argument.
Well, motherfucker, I am.
Then make
was
your
my
argument.
question.
Then make your
Okay,
argument.
son, what I'm saying, smacking the whites by CT is just as racist as smacking the blacks.
Sure, Stanley.
Yes. Okay, I need you to understand, and maybe you haven't figured this out, but racist, anti-white racism is the same thing as anti-black racism. There's just anti-black racism that is literally woven in to American culture. But you telling me that CT is smack the whites is supposed to impress me? How?
No, you moron. That's not the point I was making.
We aren't going to call Stanley a moron. I need
That's
you
not
to,
the point I was making. You're trying to put narratives on me and then have me answer them.
Dude, you can get all mad.
I'm not mad, but you're literally being.
I think CT smacking the whites is racist too. Don't you agree?
Jesus Christ, I have to answer the same question
Oh,
over and
was
over.
Christ white?
Jesus Christ, this guy does not get it. Again,
See?
right?
So,
Sure.
at this point in time, just answer my question. I think CT smacking the whites like he smacks the blacks is racist as well. Do you agree?
Yes, Stanley. Now I'm going to
Good.
make
So we
my
once
point.
again
Now I'm
we
going to make
agree.
my point.
Once again,
What I'm
we agree that
disappointed about.
once again we agree that CT is basically a racist, whether it's for fun or money. Who cares? It's just racist. White, black. I've heard him go in on Asians and Hispanics. It's all racist. A racist is a racist. Thank you for that part of agreement.
Sure. What disappoints me is when CT's kicking in the backs of all these other groups, not a single black comes up there. As soon as he changes the topic to black, here come all the blacks.
Oh,
why do you think that is, Stanley?
Wait, which part of all those
Answer the question. Why do you think that is?
Because the blacks that enjoy shedding on blacks when CT is talking about blacks, they're racist too.
Or
I think John Galt shitting on blacks in his own neighborhood, that's racist as fuck.
Here's the thing though. My question is, right? You'll hear all these blacks talk all this pro-black stuff. And as soon as it comes time to shit on the whites, they're all hiding in the bushes.
Just give me just an anecdotal, because most of the people who are pro-black are anti-black at the same time. I mean,
thank you. Thank you very much, Stanley. Thank you. Because guess what, Stanley? You want to know one thing that I believe? Blacks that vote Democrat are the biggest haters of black people. They are the most anti-black people you will ever find.
Interesting. So you don't think black people who vote Republican?
We're talking about blacks that vote Democrat right now. Don't bring up Republicans.
Okay, well let's concentrate. Give me one example of a black who voted Democrat or ran for a Democratic office. Give me one example of a black Democrat who was anti-black. Or if you know of a Democratic voter.
The Al Sharptons of the world, the Jasmine Crockett's, all these people are anti-black. They do blacks no favor. They do blacks no favor.
You
the way they act, the way they talk, constantly telling, don't just vote and wait on the government now.
So
right? None of that self-determination. None of that self-determination. They're still riding on Martin Luther King's "we can't be anything until the white man make us anything." I don't believe that garbage.
Understood. So you think
that's anti-black.
So you think Al Sharpton is anti-black?
I know he's anti-black.
And I know you don't like the way he talks. Obviously, you don't like his rhetoric, but give me something that he has done materially, physically, whatever. I know you don't like the rhetoric, but give me something he's done that is anti-black.
He has warped the minds of many blacks.
I don't care about all the
keep them from being productive.
Give me one. So
I just gave it to you. I just gave it to you.
So
you want me to tell you he went out and shot a black person?
Al Sharpton has
man.
caused Black America to be anti-productive or unproductive?
Years of his rhetoric is harmful, and yes, it has stopped many blacks from being productive.
You think years of Al Sharpton's rhetoric has made Black Americans unproductive?
Not all, but a great deal.
Really?
Because of his rhetoric.
I'm not going to bother you to quantify it because I know you can't. You and I will
Yeah, I know you
just
want me to tell you he went out to the street and shot someone.
no.
I
I
know
want you
that's
to quantify it. You say he's made Black Americans unproductive. I want you to quantify it.
yes, because what he pushes is weight on government, particularly white Democrats, to do for blacks. He doesn't push do for self. Never once heard him say, you know what? Listen, I understand that this is a travesty, but you must yourself go. It's never that. It's always no. See, it's a travesty of white supremacy, and see, that's why we got to vote Democrat, leading black people to believe that they cannot do for themselves.
So you think Al Sharpton has made Black people think that they must vote Democrat?
Jesus fucking Christ.
No,
Good night, Stanley.
You can Jesus fucking Christ. Your opinion is not fact. Or isn't? I don't think it is. I think it's your opinion. And Dawn has asked a good question. How are we defining pro or anti-black? Black is the question. Oh, American man has left the building with his frustration, and that's fine. It's getting late, and I know he's a little frustrated because I ask a lot of questions. I define anti-black is a black person who thinks black culture is just fucked up and incorrigible, can't be saved. Black people are just fucked up because of the culture. That's my definition of anti-black black. John Galt, CT, Angry Man. I can give a few more examples. If they say, if they want to make 6 months of shows about some young black kid who committed a heinous crime, and they go, well, that's what young black kids do because they're violent and they're just genetically inclined to this sort of stuff. Like a John Galt says, they're anti-black black. A black man or woman who is anti-black people, black American, black culture. And I remind you, there is no one black culture. It's faceted, like a diamond, multifaceted. So hopefully that answered your question, Don. And oh wait, American man, his phone might have died. Let's see what he's got. But there is no one black culture, so how can it be black culture? I agree. It can't be black culture. There are black cultures. New York City black culture is not Savannah, Georgia black culture. I've been trying to put that word out so no one dumb fuck speaks for all of black culture unless they're a dumb fuck. I hear people like John Galt or CT constantly talk about black culture singular. I think they're dumb fucks for doing it. But I love that question. That means you actually get my point, American man. So we'll listen to a few more minutes of this. I do realize it's getting late and I am a little inebriated, but I actually have been having fun. I'm sad that American man got frustrated with me, but I ask questions, and it's kind of what this channel tends to be. Hard questions. Prove your point. Quantify, qualify, just don't just say shit because it sounds good. That's literally what I criticize on some of these Delta November centric channels. Don't just say it because everyone in the chat is going to send you $5. Say it because you mean it. Say it because you can prove it, and say it with your chest. CT does not do that.
I don't know. I think there's also, women are hive-minded. There's strength in numbers, so that the more that come out and support, the more that want to
Yeah.
come out and support. It's just one of those things. I think there's less shame attached to what women do now. So I don't. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't stand by it. I don't support it. Um,
Jeez.
I don't care what. I mean, psychosis, sure, it's a thing, but 3 babies.
That's pretty wild. Lindsay she was born in 1990. She grew up in Wallingford, Connecticut.
This is literally superfluous. None of it matters. To be honest, I don't even understand why people want to talk about this because this is kind of dark. And, once again, these weirdos get up here and obsess over this true crime. And I understand, some people like that sort of stuff. Eventually, I go because who wants to spend a Saturday afternoon talking about this kind of tragedy? Some people loves it. I'm not one of them. And I stayed up there too long because I actually did talk about it. I'm actually kind of glad because D Ninth came up and I'd never seen her on camera. And I quite frankly, she's impressive. And then when she started talking, and after she made perfect sense, the scientists just started going, I disagree. And I'm like, based on what?
Yeah,
American Man, you familiar?
No, sir. I don't know what
Perfect
Wallingford
white
Connecticut
picket
is.
fence.
White
Good
picket,
family.
yeah, look.
She was already claiming to feel unwell. She was getting
She went to
treated.
private school too, by the way. Yeah.
He was working from home. Like they were already doing the things that they had to do to I guess help her. But then he gets married 6 months later. So then that's why everyone's pointing at him now. Oh, he must be a monster. He must have done it because look, he's moved on already.
Yeah. They
with
say
another
Casey
woman.
Anthony had supporters.
She did a reality show after she got out. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
This is the problem. Women are not. The accountability is a joke.
Yeah. It's pretty wild. It says she.
Okay, I gotta put American Man's and it's a legitimate complaint, I guess. So a lot of people have problems with my quote format. Stan, please hit this link, sir. I would love to talk to you. Just come up here and let's bullshit. So American Man says it's hard to talk with Stanley because he doesn't answer questions honestly, and he takes words and make that the assignment instead of the full statement. American Man, you've known me for at least a couple years. I've never hidden that I'm going to take your words and twist them and make them your ball and chain. Use your words precisely, be crisp and clear, and just have a point. You literally can't answer a direct question with yes or no. And sorry, if I call RLM a racist, I've done it to her face. She literally brings it up every time she sees me in a chat. Well, Stanley thinks I'm a racist. Yeah, I do. So I think you're a racist, American Man. Sometimes you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. That's why you left tonight. Dude, you can't stand the direct questions that I ask. And that's a you problem, not a format problem. It is literally not a Stanley versus the world problem. You are a treasured guest up here. Dude, you get kid gloves up here. Blacks gets kid gloves up here. Dude, stop acting like I'm up here being disingenuous. What did you call it? Dude, I'm me, whether I talk to you on the phone, whether I talk to you on a chat, whether you're my son, whether you're my father. I am me. I have no need to deviate from my standard operating procedure. And I'm sorry if you, American man, you and Clifford Moore, Seymour, y'all, and who else? Be Brave is like this. Leonard Roy is like this. If y'all come up to the panel, you want to act like, well, I'm the guest star. I need to be the star of the panel. There can be only one star on my panel, and his name is called Stanley, and you are the world. Sorry. I love having you up here, but you're not going to take over my goddamn panel. And frankly, you're not good at like answering questions or even making decent arguments. I treat you with kid gloves up here because I treasure you as a panelist and a friend. But dude, you don't get special treatment. Some of your logic is fucked up. What I saw you going against an actual physician with a specialist in anesthesiology, you were fucked up. So is Hafez, and that's just it. Deal with it. Don't do it again, and you won't look like a goddamn fool. And see, D9 doesn't like making fools of people. Most women don't. But dude, I enjoy mocking and making fools of fucking idiots when they act like idiots. I literally enjoy it. I've never made it a secret. I've literally told people, I will take your words, I will twist them, I will mock you and laugh when I do it. I need to add that to the description of this show. Don't fuck up. Come up here prepared, or just say, I don't know, let me think about it. But sorry, American man, you got to do better. I am not Bob. I am not CT.
Met her husband, Patrick, in 2013 through her college roommate. So the Clancys married in 2016 and subsequently settled in Duxbury, Massachusetts, where Lindsay began working as a labor and delivery nurse in Massachusetts General Hospital. I wonder would they go back and try to find.
Damn, that's a good hospital.
Yeah. I wonder if any kids died under her watch. And if so,
God forbid.
Well, no, I wonder. I don't know. See, now that I hear she worked in the labor unit, I wonder what she may have seen.
Or seen, yeah.
Right? Like,
okay, there was literally no point trying to connect. I'm sorry, Khan, bringing up Margaret Sanger when we're talking about RLM, and apparently that point, it's almost despicable when you're talking about RLM and Margaret Sanger. I'm going to tell you right now, you are so motherfucking far off track. It was almost disgusting. I should have bounced you once you said Margaret Sanger, because we were talking about RLM. And I know you thought you might have made a point, but motherfucker, I'm not that weirdo far right bullshit. I do not think RLM is qualified experientially, or she doesn't know shit. She can think whatever she wants to think about Margaret Sanger. She's wrong. Okay, I don't give a fuck about her feelings or experience. You bringing her up in the Margaret Sanger thing, I think you're despicable for doing it. In RLM, at least she's just ignorant and doesn't know shit. She literally has no clue what she's talking about. Apparently, you do, and you want to just, it's almost perverted. If I understand what you were trying to do, I think what you were trying to do is kind of perverted. It's disrespectful of women, American man, and it's just my opinion. Not like I'm some authority, but that was kind of foul.
Like I wonder what she may have seen or heard amongst doctors.
Yeah.
That led her to have to get the cocktails.
Yeah.
That led her to then do what she did.
So
that's me giving women excuses there.
Like
Okay,
12
so American man, you're talking about this without any background information on the case?
No, I know a lot. I just did not know.
No, I don't, but
were.
you didn't know she was a labor and
I didn't know. No, Stanley, I did not know that point.
Okay, so
but,
you're talking.
but I have known. Stanley, relax yourself.
Okay,
I do know many
I'm in
things.
ad hominem mode right now.
I know you are, because you're not that intelligent. I know you are. You're not that intelligent.
Any sort of research.
You're not. Stanley, just because you say I did no research.
Now look at this denigration of my intelligence. Oh, you're getting away with that shit up on CM's panel, but you didn't get away with it tonight. I'm on point there, Mr. American Man. I actually know what I'm talking about. I understand the goal of my argument. I know how to pin even the most disparate points together into a cogent argument or narrative. You not so much. That's why you get frustrated.
Stanley, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. I'm black.
Yeah, I'm irate. I'm mad.
Can I say so?
Stop acting like I'm all upset, American man.
I'm black and I say so. Calm down.
You are black and wrong.
Calm down, angry black man. Calm down.
And wrong.
I'm black and I say so.
There's nothing. A mind is a terrible thing to waste. The Negro College Fund.
And I'm glad you know that, Stanley.
I'm afraid
so go
you're
read
a Negro who's wasting his mind.
Now,
a couple of things, CT. She claimed to hear a voice that told her to do something. That's the only time.
A man's voice, RLM. A man's
voice.
And what did the man's voice tell her?
Do it or else, or you better get it done now or else. And then she Googled prior if a person with like a psychopath can be healed. So so there's weird things there going on. And it wasn't like she ever heard voices before. Now, maybe Dee can answer because she knows more. Like, when you get the psychosis, can it be a one-time shot? I thought those voices things were like something that kind of creeps up on you and it's constant, but I could be wrong.
Do you believe that shit, by the way? Do you believe any of this shit?
Do I think... Okay, so the sleuths have found out that he was traveling to New York for work. Turns out the woman he ended up with is also from New York, and that's where he's currently living. So there are when he got home and called the cops.
Yeah, I think you know what,
whatever,
Lawrence is right.
He was able
I'm not even remotely interested in this real crime bullshit. Let's find out when the actual star of this show comes up. And in my opinion, it was D9. And that she came up was kind of neat. This weird, far MAGA right argument with expertise, like, oh no, you did the work of going to 20 years of schooling and expertise. You did it. But if I have a little disagreement because I don't understand the science, your expertise is equal to and Be Brave says this a lot. Your expertise is equal to what I see with my eyes in my little dog patch Arkansas shack. What I've experienced in dog patch Arkansas, what I see on YouTube, it's equal to 20 years of schooling and experience. This is the MAGA right. Y'all are dumb, and MAGA is literally ruining America. It has ruined the military. Motherfuckers, 77 million responsibilities for where America is right now. You can't blame the Democrats, American man. You can't blame Biden, American man. Trump has fucked this up, and Hegseth at this point is his Robin. You know, fucking Trump is Batman, Hegseth is Robin. 77 million authors of this motherfucking comic book. And we won't play it much after this because I'm getting bored. This happened yesterday. But there's a lesson in this, which is, dude, fuck the MAGA idiots. Dude, I'm glad that y'all have the balls to actually deal with someone who is literally a physician, a specialist, and I don't know whether it's because she's a white woman. I don't know what the objection was, but there are a bunch of motherfuckers who haven't even, some of these motherfuckers, American man, RLM, y'all haven't taken a motherfucking biology class since fucking high school if you took it then, but you're gonna argue. Some of y'all probably didn't even take biology in high school.
Psychiatrist Tufts diagnosed her with generalized anxiety disorder, recommended talk therapy, and prescribed the Zoloft. Now, real quick, should the doctor be held accountable?
They're going after the doctor, I think.
So you've been watching the case?
Yeah.
I've
been on it for sure.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It says, where are we at? She also filled out a form necessary to extend Clancy's maternity leave. Clancy discontinued Zoloft after reporting insomnia, a common side effect. Tufts prescribed, what is this? Ativan? You ever heard of this? Ativan. What is that? What is that? Ativan.
I think it's
now literally can barely pronounce. Dude, what the fuck? Look, I'm literally gonna call out, and I've this black person who is calling out black culture and the AAVE and the Ebonics and stuff. This motherfucker can't read a word. And Ativan and some of these drugs are so much in the news. You can read it or you can hear it. Dude, what the fuck is up with a college graduate who can't read? The fuck? But he is an expert. And then we got two other motherfuckers who didn't graduate, haven't had a biology class if they ever did, high school graduates, but they get a seat at the table. I don't want to be at the seat at that table because these motherfuckers will literally be deciding like medical policy. I'm going with the experts. I'm going with the Fauci. Experts can be wrong, but I'm going to go with the Fauci 100% of the time versus an American man going, you don't need a mask.
It's okay. Oh,
I trust Fauci. I do not trust American man with my medical and inoculation and all that sort of stuff. I just don't.
okay. It treats anxiety.
Anxiety, yeah.
Yeah, insomnia, severe agitation. Okay. At a follow-up appointment on October 26th, Clancy said Ativan reduced her anxiety, but not her sleeplessness, and that she was using Benadryl. Damn, man, she was on a cocktail, American man. Jesus Christ, man. Go ahead, guys.
Well, wow.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Apparently, she was like a zombie. Like medication had a really.
She looks like a zombie at trial,
bro. And
yeah,
she doesn't even look alive.
Nah, she doesn't.
She just looks empty in there.
She does, yeah.
It's kind of. You think she'd be crying? I mean, I know it's been 3 years, but shit.
Yeah, it's pretty horrible. Where are we at? At a follow-up appointment on our quick coming up here. What's his boy name? Kaz. Unless you're Kaz, the only way you can come on the panel, man, you gotta pay $250 to the Cash App or PayPal every single time. I'm not letting you up here, man. Because you never stick to the topic. Go ahead, D9th. Go ahead. What's up, D9th? Are you familiar with this case? Go ahead.
Lost her.
All right, let's see. It says, where are we at? Oh, Tufts, the doctor, prescribed Buspar. Okay, I don't speak French. I know it's not French. I know. Also, Buspar is like an antidepressant.
Yeah, what happens is
it is. I looked it up. It's an antidepressant. Yeah,
they get it's a trial and error, right? When you go, they give they track it for 2 weeks. If this particular medication didn't work for you, then they give another one, and then they layer them a lot of the times.
Yeah,
it's a thing. I mean, I have personal experience. So, you've ever seen those commercials where they're like, if you're
Okay, I'm not going to discount RLM's personal experience, but I'm also going to say she has personal experience as a patient, not prescribing it. Just because you have adverse effects does not give you. I'm not going to absolutely discount because, I've told my doctor on occasion that no, this did not work well. It made me feel this way, etc. But I'm not going to say, well, give me this instead. Patient experience is not, and this is one of the things that I have huge problems with on some of these fucking like YouTube panels. People don't know how to qualify their experience. RLM is talking like she is equal with an MD. Her experience is like med school plus all the education. I prescribe this to patients. I've read papers about it. No, she ingested the drugs. Her personal experience is anecdotal. It's not scientific. Why people would listen other than, well, damn, that's something I should know as a fellow patient. But dude, people do not know how to make arguments. They don't have the language. The critical thinking is not there. Most of the arguments that I hear on CT's panel, sometimes my panel, I'm not sure I'm accepted, but they're trash arguments, and they're just people who like literally are used to getting away with shit without actually scrutiny. That's why an American man, and there's so many people who will scuttle away from my panel because no, this isn't free speech. You don't get to say what the fuck you want to say and get it treated as equal if it's a shit argument. You're not on my panel. Go to CT. Go to John Galt where your trash opinion is valued. I'd rather lose subscribers. I would rather not be monetized than just host shit experiences or unqualified experiences, whatever you want to call them.
Antidepressant medication doesn't feel like it's working anymore. You can
lose me with the dumb shit.
just layer this one on top, you know. So
As a matter of fact, we need to skip through this dumb shit.
But it looks like she went through many hands and was just another medication thrown on instead of really getting to the problem and to addressing what was going on here. No one was really listening to her complaints. Do I think she should have done that? Absolutely not. It's horrible. I can sort of understand though what kind of a mind place she was in when she was doing what she did. And what I've often heard from mothers is that they don't want their children to suffer. And it's sick. It's not normal. This is not okay. But this is a person that was also under the influence of a lot of neurochemicals, drug-induced, and she did have a lot of signs of neurotoxicity. Numbness and tingling, the auditory hallucinations, the dizziness, the imbalance, all of those things are signs that her brain is not responding appropriately to those medications.
D9, everything you saw, I mean, you're an actual doctor, but the question I've always had, and I've asked this question before, why does all of this, you know, when you're under a psychosis, or why doesn't it never tell you to be a great person or to do great things? Why does it always tell you to, you're gonna kill somebody? It's always like a voice telling you to kill. Why?
That's a great question.
Why
And we joke around
and say, be a great person and go skydiving and go mountain climbing? Why does it never tell you happy things? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm going to answer that. That does exist. And I'm afraid of saying this person's name, but RLM is probably familiar with. There's a man that goes on YouTube who promotes what is it? The Live Without Fear. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. This is. I'm not here to do that to him, and I don't want to say, but that does happen. It's just
well, one of the things in
with, what do they call it? Delusions
let
of
me
grandeur.
just stop it here. It is, at least on the East Coast, about 14 minutes to midnight. We'll listen for 14 minutes. Then I'm going to sign this off. I will be doing a show tomorrow, you know, somewhere around the normal time. This was a pop-up show. And unless somebody comes up here and makes it interesting, no reason to stay on, you know, later than I should. I enjoyed the show. Enjoyed American Man being up here to remind me of some of you know, the issues that I run into.
And your savior complex and so on. And that does happen. But, you know, obviously, since the outcome is not something horrific, we don't really talk about it that much. Right. But that does happen too, by the way. The other question that we kind of joke about in medical is like, well, do deaf people who have schizophrenia hear voices? You know, so I mean, these are
interesting.
All, I mean, yeah, these are all like
that's a great question.
The point here is, as concerning to her, it's like there were some real problems with her. I would like for people to ask the right questions to get to the bottom of this, rather than saying, "Oh, I'll just yes, there are evil women. Yes, there are evil men. Yes, we have our agendas." But wouldn't you like to get an answer to something that can actually be addressed and solved and prevented future like suffering and tragic outcomes for children?
Right. And what it seems like,
no,
a couple of these stories, it seems like, give me a second, Stanley, I'll give it right over to you. A lot of these women don't even realize what they're going through when they're going through it. So I don't know if there's enough education on what.
So literally, this silly woman is going to speak for all women especially the ones who don't know. In this, then um, this idiot comes up, dude. This thing about a lot of women, but I'm gonna speak for a lot of women. That shit needs to go. And Hafez is one of the stupidest motherfuckers on the internet, at least on CT's panel. I've never heard him say anything impressive, um, other than he says it with an accent, Banksy style. That's, dude, that's the fuck.
Postpartum feels like and what to look for in the signs. You know, they just feel shame because they're not.
Okay, again, she's talking postpartum. This is literally, and she, RLM has had, you know, she is in the ballpark, but her speaking authoritatively, she's got to qualify it to this is what I experienced. She cannot say a lot of women. No, this is what I experienced. Maybe a lot of women have, I don't know, but this is what I experienced. This is the problem with these blowhard know nothings on YouTube. They don't know how to present an argument. They don't know how to qualify. They don't know the language. They don't know the critical thinking. They are literally, this is a grift, to be honest. It's literally a grift. Stop acting like you talk for all women. It's almost disgusting.
Not
Of course
connecting
they
with
are.
their baby.
And,
You know
and
what
of course they are. The more we attack and shame and put moral virtue assigned to that, the less people will come out and ask for help and
exactly.
that be addressed and prevent the horrific outcomes that we're talking about now.
Well, my personal opinion is they'd just rather bash women.
That's it's what I'm saying. These are personal agendas that are obscuring. And
Absolutely.
they're in tunnel vision, so they're not seeing. These are all biases in stats, and even like anybody who's done stats or math, like you have to really be careful.
Ideologies.
You have to be really careful. And for the record, Mr. American Man, I am 53 years old. I am a board certified anesthesiologist, and I'm here to tell you that epidurals do not prevent you from pushing. A good epidural will push. You'll feel what's going on. You just won't be in such horrific pain and actually enjoy your labor. And there's nothing wrong with a woman requesting an epidural.
And
Yeah, do I get to respond, or are you going to mute me, PT?
Go ahead and rebut.
Do I get to respond, or are you going to mute me? Just answer the question.
Yeah, here is where American Man crashes out in the face of, as Lord says, a pretty and expert. American Man is going to invent drama. She explained it very calmly, very professionally. And this is what American Man does. He does it on my panel. He's going to invent drama to change the narrative, to move the goalpost, to change the tenor. Dude, this is American Man. And you know what? He did it on my panel and then rage quit. And hey, I understand how you work, American Man. It's your method. It's predictable. And we're watching it happen yesterday. And I'm on this panel going, yep, there's American Man. Here's the method. The American Man method, AMM.
And
yeah,
do I get to respond, or are you going to mute me, PT?
Go ahead and rebut.
Do I get to respond, or are you?
No one is preventing you from responding. I can hear you. You are not muted. Listen to this motherfucker. There's an old Talking Head song. I think it's on Talking Head 77. Julie's in the bedroom inventing situations. American man is inventing a situation. We can hear him. He's not muted. He's going to CT. It's kind of an appeal to authority. Are you going to mute me? No, motherfucker. How about respond?
You're gonna mute me. Just answer the question.
Listen to this motherfucker inventing situations.
I mean, did you do the training? Are you a doctor? I'd like to know what your qualifications are.
American man, what are your qualifications?
No, motherfucker. I'm not. You know what? Let me make it worse by replaying it. I'm not inventing this audio. This is not AI modified audio or video, bitch. You are literally asking if you're going to be muted while not muted. This is a fail, American man.
When you're under a psychosis, or why does it?
By the way, you could have stayed up here and tried your best to defend this unmanly behavior. It is not manly. Stop. Oh, am I muted? Bitch, we can hear you.
Never tell you to be a great person or to do great things. Why does it always tell you you're gonna kill somebody? It's always like a voice telling you to kill. Why?
That's a great question.
Why
and we joke around
and say be a great person and go skydiving and go mountain climbing? Why does it never tell you happy things? It doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm going to answer that. That does exist, and I'm afraid of saying this person's name, but RLM is probably familiar with. There's a man that goes on YouTube who promotes what is it? The live without fear. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. This is. I'm not here to do that to him, and I don't want to say, but that does happen. It's just that it's people with what do they call it? Delusions of grandeur and your savior complex and so on. And that does happen. But obviously, since the outcome is not something horrific, we don't really talk about it that much.
Right.
But that does happen too, by the way. The other question that we kind of joke about in medical is like, well, do deaf people who have schizophrenia hear voices? So I mean, these are
interesting.
All, yeah, these are all like
that's a great
questions. The point here is, though, as concerning to her, it's like there were some real problems with her. I would like for people to ask the right questions to get to the bottom of this, rather than saying, "Oh, I'll just yes, there are evil women. Yes, there are evil men. Yes, we have our agendas." But wouldn't you like to get an answer to something that can actually be addressed and solved and prevented future like suffering and tragic outcomes for children?
Right. And what it seems like,
no,
I watched a couple of these
they,
stories. It seems like, give me a second, Stanley, I'll give it right over to you. A lot of these women don't even realize what they're going through when they're going through it. So I don't know if there's enough education on what postpartum feels like and what to look for in the signs. They just feel shame because they're not connecting with their baby.
Of course they are. The more we attack and shame and put moral virtue assigned to that, the less people will come out and ask for help and
exactly
be addressed and prevent the horrific outcomes that we're talking about now.
Well, my personal opinion is they'd just rather bash women.
It's what I'm saying. These are personal agendas that are obscuring.
Well, see, she wants to be all classy about it. I'm just putting it in YouTube verbiage. Little Hafez right here. No, an American man's going to come in very shortly. All they want to do is just go, "You're wrong, doctor who has actually, like, literally an expert on epidurals." That's literally what anesthesiologists are, one of their duties. And these motherfuckers are going to come up here and go, "I disagree with you." And my question is based on what? Your personal opinion? Or you've spent so much time in a hospital? Dude, it's disgusting. It's disrespectful. And dude, I swear this is the downfall of America, having yahoos, one of them from a totally different not even familiar with America. The only thing he knows about American culture, as far as I know, is his CT's show. Gonna call this woman wrong. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these men? The fuck?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're in tunnel vision, so they're not seeing. These are all
Tunnel vision. Oh, repeal the 19th. A woman can't have a woman with these qualifications can't no more. Oh, and this motherfucker, Hafez, and I think I may shut down the show after he gives his qualifications. This dude is a goddamn clown. Oh, Hafez, I'm never going to come up on a panel with Hafez ever again, and you'll see why.
biases in stats, and even like anybody who's done stats or math, like you have to really be careful.
Ideologies.
You have to be really careful. And for the record, Mr. American Man, I am 53 years old. I am a board certified anesthesiologist, and I'm here to tell you that epidurals do not prevent you from pushing. A good epidural will push. You'll feel what's going on. You just won't be in such horrific pain and actually enjoy your labor. And there's nothing wrong with a woman requesting an epidural.
And
Yeah,
do I get to respond, or are you going to mute me, CT?
Go ahead and rebut.
Do I get to respond, or are you going to mute me? Just answer the question.
There he goes. Literally, we can hear you, but he's asking if he's going to be mute. Look at this motherfucker crash out for no goddamn reason. Why is American Man acting like this? It's strange behavior, but it's predictable.
I mean, did you do the training? Are you a doctor? I'd like to know what your qualifications are.
American Man, what are your qualifications?
I'm asking CT. Are you gonna?
I'm asking CT. Can't answer a direct question. I just got accused of not being able to answer American Man's direct question, and we're witnessing him dodge a question. What is your expertise? None. It's just my feeling. It's my experience. This motherfucker just wants to crash out. American Man, I know you can do better than this. I've seen you do better than this.
Nappy-headed hoe. Which one are you going to do?
Now you call
now
me
he's
hoe. Wow.
Okay. See how he just fucking took it away from let's talk about biology, let's talk about birthing. All of a sudden, he throws out the racial bullshit from Don Imus. That was back in like 1995. Look at American Man pull out a racist trope to change the whole panel. And I am the one who dodges questions or deflects. The motherfucker literally used racist, a racist term, to skedaddle. This is not respectful behavior by someone who wants to be taken seriously on a YouTube panel. And I'm not modifying the audio by AI. This is literally what happened, American Man. Dude, you got to do better to be taken seriously by me.
I think he was talking to me.
No, I wasn't. I was talking to CT. I was talking to CT.
Do you not understand that read the room? You don't just troll to troll, and all of a sudden you're trolling with racist comments? Dude, literally, you and I, or well, CT, I guess, dude, trolling with racist comments just to break the tension of you not knowing fuck and not being able to answer a simple question. I'm sorry, that is typical CT stuff. It's not typical Stanley versus the World panel I'd have tossed your ass off if you'd gone into this disturbing the flow. And I understand this is what you're used to out there in the non-Stanley versus the world panels, but this is why I'm not monetized, because I would never tolerate this kind of racist shit on my panel. Answer the goddamn question and don't go to the blackface of white supremacy. Don Imus was white. You quoting Don Imus from 1995, that's the blackface of white supremacy, in my opinion. Oh, and by the way, I was actually listening to Don Imus when he said it on the radio. It was disgusting then. Not a good troll now. It's disgusting in 2026. American blackface of white supremacy, man.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, American man. Go ahead, buddy.
Ma'am, you're paid to push those drugs.
Doctor to you.
No, ma'am, to me. You're paid to push those drugs. So there's no now hold on, everyone. Calm down. I agree with you. I agree with you when you said that the young lady and the cocktails show the signs of when her problems started. I 100% agree with you. You are correct. I know you're just looking for a reason to disagree with me because that's what you want to do, but I agree with you.
I love this consult.
I 100% agree with you, ma'am.
Just wondering, like, I'm just telling you that if I don't really know so much about a field, like let's say you're an engineer or a mechanic or a plumber, electrician, I'm going to listen more than critique.
Ma'am, that is not the reality of the world. I hear what you're trying to point out, but that's not the reality of the world. Everyone knows more than everyone about everything on the internet.
Listen, I didn't say that.
Listen to this motherfucker basically tell her your expertise is squat because you're a woman. Listen to this, dude. And then Hafez, Mr. Banksy style, he gets even worse. And then after Hafez reveals his troll, I'm out of here. It's disgusting to watch. And you know what? Thank goodness, dude, I'd have gone after your intelligence immediately. They'd have tossed me off the panel calling you a scuzzy, dumb motherfucker.
Can I just
well, let me say it.
Hafez, buddy.
Yeah, you know what? I bet American Man didn't even know it was Don Imus. He was describing a college, might have been University of Connecticut, or I can't remember, but it was a NCAA women's championship team, and he made that nappy-headed, thing, and he got into a bunch of trouble for doing it. And of course, American Man is gonna bring it up. Fucking what? 40 years later, I'm like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? How is it relevant? How is it funny? Who's the nappy-headed hoe on the panel? Were you calling Chaotic a nappy-headed hoe? If that's what you meant, yeah, maybe, but it's not funny.
Buddy, chill out. Listen, again, I agree. I agree with D9 on a cocktail of medications is not good for anyone. I agree with her.
I don't know, a nice mojito.
That's not what you said?
No.
Okay.
That's what she said.
I understand you guys just want to disagree with me. No, I get it.
No, I want to do more. I want to do more than disagree. I want to mock you.
Stanley, I love to mock you as well. So I think we're in the same page.
Look,
I don't like
as a
teasing.
sound man of mind and body with underwear on my head, I just like, and yes, this is actually underwear.
You know what? With that, I don't know if it's actually underwear, but he identified it as underwear. He fucking did the stretch the rubber. I can't take a motherfucker like this seriously. I should have left the panel right there and then. Sorry, folks. This is why I rarely go up. And when I first got up to CT's panel, you know, usually if CT asks me to come up, it'll be cool, and then other people come up, and it just devolves. I enjoy talking to CT one on one. That's really the first time. Um, he asked me to come up about some random political point, like the first time I was ever up on the panel, and I enjoyed it. It's when these other yahoos come up and they troll or whatever the fuck it is they think they're doing, wearing underwear on their head. I wish CT would actually, you know, make a third channel where he actually has serious discussions. I don't go up that much. For underwear on the head, Iranian, whatever the fuck Hafez is, American man, just basically, you know, shitting on expertise because whatever he does with the, you know, the Don Imus jokes that are 40 years old, it's just not fun. And I don't know what to say. There are certain people I will just start avoiding. And I can't. This stupidity is wearing. It is literally exhausting. And these dumb fucks always fucking just like, they will literally piss on something interesting to get either attention or distract or whatever it is they do. And you know what? This is about 10 minutes. It's called Why Intelligent People Are No Longer Nice to Stupid People. Kind of fits in with my point. I don't care who it offends. It probably won't offend anyone, but god damn it. This YouTube shit, it's not fun when people can't just fucking like learn.
There's a sentence smart people say right before they give up on you, and you've definitely heard it. It's 2 words. It sounds polite. It's actually a verdict. Huh. Interesting. The moment you hear it, you've been silently filed into a category you can never argue your way out of, and science says you won't even feel it happen. In the next 8 minutes, I'll show you the 15,000-person study behind that sentence, the 2-second checklist running in their head, and at the end, the only test that reveals which side of it you are on. Let's start with the study I mentioned at the beginning, because it's real and it's weird. In 2016, evolutionary psychologists Norman Lee and Satoshi Kanazawa analyzed data from over 15,000 adults for the British Journal of Psychology. The headline finding? For most people, more frequent socializing correlated with higher life satisfaction. But for the highest intelligence group, the correlation flipped. More social interaction, lower satisfaction. The researchers called it the Savannah theory of happiness, but here's the practical translation. Intelligent brains treat low-quality interaction the way your body treats junk food. A little is fine, a steady diet is corrosive. Now, stack a second piece of real math on top of that. In 2013, programmer Alberto Brandolini formulated what became known as the bullshit asymmetry principle. The amount of energy needed to refute nonsense is an order of magnitude bigger than the energy needed to produce it. 10 times the effort, every single time. So, run the equation. If correcting nonsense costs you 10x the energy of the person producing it, and low-quality interaction measurably reduces your well-being, what does a rational actor do? they stop. Not because they're mean, because they did the math you haven't done yet. And here's the detail that makes it stranger. Lee and Kanazawa found one exception inside the exception. Highly intelligent people who spent more time with close friends were less happy than those who didn't, as if their brains had a project running that friendship kept interrupting. In other words, their silence toward fools isn't a downgrade of you, it's the same tax they charge people they love. Once you see that, the coldness stops looking personal, because it never was. Here's the part where most videos would tell you about the Dunning-Kruger effect and call it a day. You've heard it. Kruger and Dunning, 1999, Cornell. People scoring in the 12th percentile estimated they were in the 62nd. Incompetence hides itself from the incompetent. Fine, common knowledge. But here's the finding almost nobody quotes from that same paper, and it changes everything. The low performers didn't update their self-assessment even after seeing other people's superior answers. Exposure to competence didn't fix the blindness. Only one thing did: training them until they actually became competent. Sit with that. It means the intelligent person's favorite fantasy, if I just explain it clearly enough, they'll get it, was experimentally falsified in the original study everyone cites. Clarity is not the missing ingredient. Skill is. And you cannot install skill in a 2-minute argument at a dinner table. Charlie Munger had a phrase for people who ignore this. I never allow myself to have an opinion on anything that I don't know the other side's argument better than they do. Notice what that implies. The discipline isn't in arguing better, it's in choosing when arguing is even a valid move. There's a mirror image of this trap, and it's worse. The same 1999 paper found that top performers underestimated themselves. They assumed the task felt easy for everyone. So picture the actual conversation. A person.
Let me make a minor point, and maybe not quite on this particular video's point. That's why I don't argue. If I run into, if I'm in, the other day I was in John Galt's chat and or Latino's chat a week before that. Be Brave is up there calling me a coward and chicken. Come up here and talk to me. Stanley, you're afraid. Leonard does the same thing. Dude, it's because I'm wasting my time coming up arguing with people that don't have the skill. You don't understand where I'm coming from. You are literally going to argue from a point or from a position that I think is trash. Why would I come up there and talk to you? It's just going to wind up disruptive. Clifford Moore is another one. I've actually encountered Angry Man a couple times way back in the distant past. Y'all don't know how to argue. Y'all have no clue. You don't have the base of knowledge. And why would I waste that host's time? And yeah, you might get a few more viewers because Stanley's up here messy. But at this point, and this is some feedback that I've had from some people who are YouTube people, subscribers to the show. And you know what? People whose opinion I actually value, a lot of it is, look, most of the folks that I interact with, they kind of know my weaknesses. They kind of know my strengths. I don't have shit to prove, especially to a Be Brave. We've known each other for a while. There's nothing new. There's no new ground that's going to be forged by me coming up there and arguing, going round and round and round over the same bullshit. I think you're racist. Be Brave thinks I'm naive or old fool or whatever. American Man, the same thing. American Man pretends that I have no clue what I'm talking about and he's the super genius, even to a level that he is a qualified MD and anesthesiologist who's board served. We watched him go toe to toe with an actual expert And you know what? Make the nappy headed hoe joke because he was just trying to lighten the mood. I know that's bullshit. I'm not going to sit up there and go toe to toe with that level of basically it's incompetence. An American man, you know I love you, but dude, you're not good at this. I never thought you were. You're good enough. But dude, sometimes you get so far out over your skis, you actually think you're blacks who defy. You're not blacks who defy. Blacks who defy can actually hold his own. You're not blacks who defy. And I'm surprised it doesn't rub off. You are not blacks who defy. Blacks who defy, I will actually sometimes go, well, I better not go here because he might know something that I don't know. And that is respect. I won't go off this branch because this motherfucker might know something. There's almost no one else on YouTube that I give that kind of respect to. An American man, you're not blacks who defy.
And too skilled to realize they're rare, explaining something to a person too unskilled to realize they're wrong, both calibrated incorrectly in opposite directions. That's not a debate, that's two broken speedometers comparing readings. Smart people quit that conversation because it can't mathematically converge. Let's continue with the backfire nobody warns you about. But surely facts help a little? Sometimes, and sometimes they do the opposite. Political scientists Brendan Nyhan and Jason Reifler documented cases where corrections made misinformed people double down, the so-called backfire effect. Now, to be honest with you, because this channel doesn't do convenient half-truths, later replications, including a large 2019 study by Wood and Porter, found full-blown backfire is rarer than the internet claims. Corrections usually nudge people slightly toward accuracy. But here's the catch that survived all the replications. The nudge is small, it decays within days, and it almost never changes behavior or voting or spending. So the intelligent person's cost-benefit sheet reads 10x energy expenditure, temporary millimeter of accuracy, 0 behavioral change. You wouldn't accept that return on a stock. Why accept it on your Tuesday evening? Worse, while the correction fades,
Or your YouTube panel. Just put them in the back and tell them where we're going with the conversation. So
something else sticks. Memory researchers call it the continued influence effect. Even after people accept that a claim was false, they keep using it to make decisions, as if the retraction never happened. The brain files the story and shreds the correction. So the intelligent person isn't just getting a bad return on the argument, they're depositing accuracy into an account that automatically converts it back into the original error by Friday. Now the new angle, the one that separates people who quote studies from people who understand them. Psychologists studying compassion
let
fatigue.
me make a point here. I get this. I got it the other night, and continually on these white trash trailer park channels, usually starring Be Brave or Palomino, with this, ooh, don't you understand? Don't you understand per capita? The per capita for black people is twice as high as the per capita for white people. Therefore, it happens twice as high. Yes, but that's not more. It is literally, it happens more often, but I'm not talking about how often it happens. I'm talking about the number of times it happens in raw numbers. And oh, there's more white people than black people. That's why. Okay, yeah, that explains it. But it happens more times. The number is larger. It costs more. And it's natural if that population is way more. But that's my argument. It's more costly. White crime in America costs way more money to deal with than black crime because white people are 60 or so percent. That's my argument. I don't give a fuck about per capita. It happens more, whatever, we might be talking about. If it happens more in the black community per thousand or whatever, yeah, it's a problem. But that wasn't my argument. I do not like dealing with white supremacists who aren't white supremely educated. It's annoying.
Originally in Nurses and Therapists, found that empathic engagement is a depletable resource. Every act of patiently modeling another person's confused mind burns what researchers call cognitive empathy, actively simulating a worldview that isn't yours. Intelligent people are better at this simulation, which means, brutally, that a confused conversation costs them more, not less. They can't not see all the errors. It's like asking a chess grandmaster to watch someone hang their queen 40 times an hour and stay serene. So the modern intelligent person hasn't become unkind, they've become a budget manager. They've moved from retail kindness, correcting everyone, everywhere, for free, to wholesale kindness, writing, building, teaching people who asked to be taught. Same empathy, radically better allocation. That's why they smile, nod, and say, huh, interesting, and change the subject. That phrase, huh, interesting, is not agreement. It's an invoice they've decided not to send. Now, the 3 filters they run. Steal these. Filter 1. Did they ask? Unsolicited correction has roughly the success rate of unsolicited advice, approximately 0, with the added bonus of making an enemy. If they didn't ask, the intelligent person doesn't answer. Filter 2. Is the audience the point? Sometimes smart people do still argue publicly. Watch closely. They're never talking to the fool. They're talking to the silent onlookers who are persuadable. If there's no audience, there's no argument. Filter 3. Is this ignorance or identity? Ignorance is a gap, fillable. Identity is a load-bearing wall. Touch it and the whole house fights back. The Kruger-Dunning data says only training fixes the gap, and no dinner table sentence renovates a wall. 3 filters, 2 seconds. That's the whole cold demeanor you've been noticing. It was never a personality. It was a checklist. And here's the uncomfortable final thought, why you should be worried rather than smug. Everyone watching this video just nodded along, imagining themselves as the intelligent one. Statistically, some of you are the person being quietly filtered out. The 1999 study guarantees you can't feel it from the inside. So here's the only reliable test. Intelligent people change their minds out loud. They say, I was wrong about that, in public, regularly, without dying. When's the last time you did? If you can name it, date, topic, witness, congratulations, you're probably on the right side of the silence. If you can't, someone in your life is smiling, nodding, and saying, huh, interesting.
All right. Well, I am at the end of my damn shenanigans. I absolutely had a blast. Thank you all for coming by. Hey, Avel, or Avel, how you doing? Good to see you. I'm on my way out. The show starred American Man, who I always appreciate. And American Man is a supporter of this show, a big supporter. And I've always appreciated him. But, dude, wrong is wrong. It is what it is. And we will march. We will march smartly on. So, should be back tomorrow. And we will get into the boring old news. But I think I've had my say. And everyone have a good night. And I've got, wait, oh, Somebody's here. Oh, it is it is Stan Autry. Hey, what's up, Stan? Good to have you up here.
Hey, salute, brother. I hate to catch you, man, on the way out the door.
Oh,
Um,
it's all right. Hey, it's not like I have to get up at a particular time in the morning.
yeah, I love that. I love that feeling. Um, no, but a few things I want to hit real quick. It's just that I learned a long time ago, right? When somebody is a subject matter expert, right? And I learned that in the military as well. I'm shutting up. I'm listening, right? And now, to give you an example, right? Everybody on YouTube now, lawyers, what's going on with Carmela Anthony, and everybody's lawyers. I was like, guys, are y'all serious right now? And then when you have a real lawyer talking to them, they say, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Make that make sense to me, Stanley.
Well, it really doesn't.
Just like that video you just showed earlier with the lady that's licensed or whatever, and she ain't got to fool nobody on there. She was sitting there. You notice everybody was quiet, and she's speaking. She's giving you the names and everything, diagnosis and a prognosis and all this stuff. And then I guess somebody was smarter than her, telling her, "Oh, you don't know what you." I say, "Cool, man. If you want to fight
Let
that
me
fight,
let
that's
me tell
uphill
you
battle."
something. It stunned me that I was gonna go. Well, I'm thinking, well, this particular point, can you explain it to me? I don't understand it. I disagree, but can you explain it? No, it was like, I disagree with you outright. I'm like, literally. And let me tell you something. She's not kidding about her certs. Her her fucking education, her board certified. She's not kidding. She is who she says she is.
Yeah, because when people like that come around, I'm more of like, can you explain it more? Can you give me? I mean, they the SME, and then you got like the shade tree mechanic gonna tell you how to fix your engine. Like, get out of here, man.
Well, but
You know.
sometimes they can. Sometimes they actually know. Look, I'm not going to just sit there and let the doctor prescribe something without asking questions. But all you got to do is just go, hey, doctor, you're not talking to, you're talking to someone who's had a bunch of biology, bunch of chemistry.
Right.
So I understand at an undergraduate level, just describe what this med is going to do. Just describe the biology or, the mechanism. You
Yeah,
know,
but that's having a
I had a
conversation.
I was in a
That's having.
VA, the Atlanta VA Med Center once, and this wonderful doctor who was just a hospitalist. She was, not a specialist, but she was an MD. Basically a GP, but a hospital doctor. And they kept prescribing Tylenol, the Tylenol based opioids. And I had a substantive conversation. Tylenol does not work for me. I literally, for some reason or another, um, um, the excuse me, the Motrin type of stuff, the ibuprofen works better. So we got into a discussion about mechanisms, how pain relievers, their mechanisms, ibuprofen takes a different route to dealing with pain than Tylenol does. And it wasn't like a deep, conversation, but she respected me for understanding that ibuprofen works differently. There is a whole category of opioids that they have ibuprofen versus Tylenol. They don't prescribe it. Tylenol's better. It doesn't affect kidneys as much, etc. But you know what? I convinced her to, let's do the ibuprofen. It just works better. So you don't let doctors just, you got to question them. But I told her my concerns and she wound up agreeing with me. But be educated, know what you're talking about. And dude, that's the military, dude, subject matter experts. God damn it. Dude, why would you do that?
Yeah, because I mean, because it's been my life for more than half my life. But what I'm saying is that anybody with half a brain, right? And that when you go to the doctor, right, you're supposed to be monitoring, right, how this medication works or whatever, right? What a lot of people do, they just don't take it, right? And then the other half, they just keep taking it, it's not doing anything, right? You supposed to when you talking to the doctor, nobody, it's not 100% solution for everybody, right? I'm made a certain way, you made a certain way, and my pain tolerance or whatever, it's a lot of things. But a lot of people just going to the doctor, BSing. They'll spend more time on YouTube trying to figure out, hey, who that person talking to, who's fighting each other. But when you go to the doctor, you're supposed to have a conversation. The doctor asks you, how's the medication working? You're like, now you're lying because you haven't been taking it. And when the doctor draw your blood, they can tell you haven't been taking it, right? Because they already know. Doctors are trained to look at you and to tell whether you're a BSer or not, right? Um, and I'm just telling you, and because some of my medic friends, right, combat medics and all that, they were showing me many years ago. He said when you go into the doctor, you think when we taking your vitals, you think we talking to you? He said, we checking you. We checking your breathing. We checking your eyes. We checking everything, but you don't know it. Because if you knew that they was really watching you, you start holding your breath, don't breathe regularly. So they just make it all peaceful and calm. They're taught to read certain signs because if they told you what they were doing, you would try to alter the test, right? But yeah,
Mhm.
man, I mean, when I go to the doctor, man, it's about having a conversation. Hey, doc, hey, my side or whatever, and then they'll do whatever CT scan or X-rays, whatever they need to do. And then he said, okay, and he or she'll tell you to do certain things, and you take your medication as the doctor prescribes, right? But it's up to you to monitor it and see if it's working for you. And they tell you every bottle of medication say consult your healthcare provider, right? And people don't do it. They'll buy stuff off the shelf and they don't know that they're damaging the vital organs, right? But we have a responsibility too, as well, rather. And just like teachers, like in school, right? We have obligation as parents to assist the teacher with teaching our children. Same thing
Oh
with
my Lord.
medication and health. Same
You're
thing with medication and health. It's not a
yep,
one-way street, and that's
yep.
why we're getting the results we're getting. Right? We want to just drop it off on somebody else's desk and say it's just strictly on you, and that doesn't work that way. But hey, that's just my
You
opinion.
are so right.
You know, you know, that's my
And,
opinion,
and
man.
by the way, let me interrupt you to say thank you. I saw what you wrote earlier. I am transitioning phone still, and I just looked at my son's old iPhone, which I'm trying to transfer everything to. So thank you for the early, support of the show for next week's Saturday short bus. Salute to you.
Hey, salute to you. My pleasure, man. But yeah, brother. I mean, you're there, all right. And time to time we talk.
Yeah, I
You know.
swear I'm not. Sometimes I don't know. I look you and who else? There was someone I was thinking of. Oh, Man of Tomorrow. That motherfucker. I was listening to his show earlier, and I'm gonna, ask him if it's okay. I'm sure it'll be okay, but dude, he went in and not in a very methodical, break it down way. Damn, I wish I were, I was as good at he kind of broke down the manosphere. It was so it wasn't a lot of words, it wasn't a lot of emotion. He just broke it down, and I'm like, damn, you know what? When are you running for office? That dude, he didn't waste words. You're the same way. I use too many words.
Hey, Stanley. This, you know what's amazing, to me, and I'm being facetious. The that somebody was doing the Kevin Samuels, was it good for uh good or bad or whatever, right? So I just go back and I go through my Rolodex, right? I remember times, right? And they even do it to this day. I'm grown, nobody tell me what to do, nobody's this, nobody's that. But then you tell me that somebody influenced you to do something, right? So I just say to people, choose a struggle. Either you can be influenced, or either you grown and nobody tell you what to do. It's just, it's always like this blame game. That's why I'm glad I spent so much time in the military, because that blame game never worked. It never worked. I couldn't reach
Dude,
down
it
and,
makes
and put it
a
on my subordinates.
huge difference.
Yeah,
It
I couldn't put it on my subordinates if I did something. If they did something, I say, well, it was them. And I'm telling you, people are saying I'm grown. I do what I want to do. I run my channel the way I
Mhm,
want, and this and that. And
mhm.
then complain on the other side. Choose a struggle. See, because with you, I'll tell you this: Stanley versus the world. You stand straight on your square, and that's it. You say, hey, this is my channel, and this is this. You're not gonna overtake my channel. And you're straight there. And you say, hey guys, if y'all have any ideas, y'all just email me or whatever, right? You straight,
Yeah.
you call balls and strikes. But don't come on your panel thinking you're gonna overtalk you. And because you always, every time I've ever seen it, been up here or seen other people up here, you gonna always pass the mic back to them. But when you
Right.
got a thought in your head, you don't want somebody to run a damn marathon. Hey guys, we only going 2 feet. Why I'm gonna let you get way over there, and then now everything you're trying to keep things left and
Well,
right
keep it
limits, right?
tight.
Yeah,
Keep it
left and
tight.
right limits. Yeah, keep your shot group tight, left and right limits. Do's,
Yep.
don't. Because if not, a person start talking about Michael Jackson. He said, man, we talking about this video we just watched, right? So, nah, I get it. And they may, hey, man, it may be hard, but it is what it is. You're going to pull punches. And,
Well,
it's not. Go ahead,
there
bro.
there are times to do it, but look, there's some people. It wouldn't be the first time somebody came up, and you know what? They're off topic, but they're going in a direction. I'm gonna let them lead because my topic was so so. Where they're going might be interesting. It's not that I won't follow, but make it worth me changing the topic. um,
That's
Look, you know
understandable.
this. You know, dude. Let me tell you a story, and it's gonna it's gonna make you laugh.
Okay.
I told you I was an Army ROTC scholar. I literally had an Army ROTC scholarship, and I went to Camp All America in back then it was at Fort Bragg in you know where Fort Bragg is. Now we're talking
I live right
probably
here at it.
1988 or something like that. I don't know. It's probably totally changed, but at that point, I think it was the only Camp All America in the United States. Um, Again, it's 1988, and dude, Camp All America was kind of where I don't think the Army's for me. However, we're out in the field, and they would rotate responsibilities. You're the platoon leader or you're the squad leader. They'd rotate, just to test your abilities to lead at different levels. So, the time I got picked, I think they did it at platoon level. I think it was platoon level. They divide everybody up into platoons. So I'm platoon leader. I've got to basically do a night ambush along a road. I got to guide, everything from picking rally points to all this stuff. Um, we gotta go out after dark. We gotta get to the objective. We gotta do the ambush, and I gotta guide people back. And this was back in the day. I don't It might have changed by now. So remember, this is 30, 40 years ago. There are chem lights and some things like right around where we were going to rally, and then ultimately go back to sleep for the night. There were chem lights, but not out in the dark. There's land nav. And you know what? I got the ambush accomplished. The objectives, got everybody back, did the land nav. And it was a special forces major who was grading the exercise. I think he was Green Beret, but he was special forces. And you know what he told me? Yeah, you got the objective done, but you didn't follow any of the rules. You did a lot of it, just shooting from the hip. And in a way, it was a compliment, but he couldn't give me a 5. He gave me some 3s and 4s. But he's like, dude, you just did it. If a problem came up, you just not consult the field manual. You just solve it on the fly and move on. It was such a backhanded comment, but that solve it on the fly, it didn't work so much in the Army. It worked gangbusters in the Navy. Dude, I found my service. I was famous for being able to solve problems in real times, in real time. Um, so that's kind of how I am, and it's kind of how this show works. There's no rules. There's some basic rules, but dude, if you come up here with an argument, I'm going to listen to you and respond in real time. If you're making a good argument, I'm going to follow your lead, but most times, most people who come up here just don't. Um, and I hate to be mean, most times they're not taught how to structure an argument. Um, Anybody who can come and do land nav and fucking lead men to do an ambush, get everybody back safely in the dark, dude, shit's hard. normal, like you
Yeah.
actually have to be on your game to do it, and then do it as a job in a war night after night. They're expecting you to do it, dude. That's why there are people who should be heroes like yourself. Motherfucker, do you know how hard land nav is in the dark?
Yeah, I mean, it can be challenging, but after you, the importance of it, right? And when you going through courses, right? They trying to teach you the fundamentals, right? And that's the only thing they can grade on. That's it, and that's why he couldn't give you five because because they want everybody to at least get the fundamentals down to assault the objective. Now, if you're on an actual mission, all hell breaks loose. Hey man, you gotta do what you gotta do. But in courses, they want to instill the fundamentals so you have something to reach back to. And that's why they do that. And of course,
Right.
they can't give you a five if you deviate from what the program is. However, I share a funny story with you right on Fort Bragg. Uh, Out there, land nav, right? This officer, he was a pathfinder, right? And good friend of mine, even to this day. And he said, "Hey guys, y'all come over here." Everybody else rushing to go out and all that. He said, "No, this is what y'all do. You take it." And we did a tight group, right? And grid, right? And because it's different grid, which you already know, sir. But the thing is, we took our time and plotted our stuff out. We went there and hit all our points and came back and would joke if it was other soldiers still out there, right? Some came back with mud all on them and all that. And man, Joker was filling holes, running into stuff. It's just like it's got to be the preparation, right? And a lot of the
You're
points,
absolutely right.
yeah, a lot of the points, man, after you understand the fundamental of land nav, that we got pluggers and daggers and all this other bedangle stuff now. But however, your compass is your best friend, right? And because that stuff goes down and it breaks and all that. So what we did, we walked the fire break, shot my asthma. We went there, got the point. And then, well, okay, we went, it's all about pace counts, back azimuth, and all that stuff, right?
Right. Yep.
And then you become proficient at it, right? And because it helps you out along the way. That's before we got Blue 4 trackers and all that stuff. However, it made it easier or simpler, but you still had to be able to garbage in and garbage out. It's still the same. If you don't update the information and it's wrong or whatever,
Right.
you in trouble, right? So nah, man. I mean, it was so important, man. And and matter of fact, I'm gonna call call the post, and I'm gonna go out there and go out through the land nav course. And the next time they got a group out there, and I'm just gonna go out there and hang out, because all those things, those skill sets, right? Because the military wants you to be able to do it without all that, right? Because things go down. And you give me matter of
Yeah,
fact, I got
I
maps in
was
my
actually
house.
gonna ask that. You know, when I was getting out of the Navy, GPS, they stopped doing sun lines and stuff like that. A lot of the manual navigation. Um, it was more formality, but GPS, kind of took over the Navy. I was going to ask you that about land nav. Do they still teach it the same way? Do they teach
Oh
it as a
yeah,
backup?
yeah. No, they no. When you're going through the land nav course, ain't no GPS. No, you still use your compass.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
they
good.
still
That's
teach
good
it.
to hear. That is
Yeah,
encouraging.
now and then you understand how important the pluggers, the daggers, and the blue force trackers, all this other high tech stuff,
Uh-huh.
they still want to enroot it in you, right?
Right.
Just like airborne, right? People jumping in the one in the past 10, 15 years, how many objectives we jumped in, but they still got jump school, right? It's just
Yep.
that you don't ever want to get away from the fundamentals, because once you forget all that, it's a lost art. And just like anything else, if we make the world so easy, right? And then you forget. Even I went to I went to a convenience store like a week or two ago, and the sign said cash only, cash only. So I went and got in my car and went to the next one down the road. But it's like they don't know how to operate without any of this stuff. And so it doesn't happen as frequent, but it's like it's a lost art, right? And fundamentals. And you say, well, we don't need this, we don't need that. Well, when things go dark, that's why when storms happen and within the United States, that's why a
Yes.
lot of people are lost. I mean, I got my kit that I got all the stuff, that I got my perishable, I got my flashlights, I got my flares, I got my dang on backup chargers and all that. It's a reason for that. And well, what do you do when you can't plug something in, right? And now you have nothing. And what happened? You're gonna be bumping around your house without lights and stuff. And I got cam lights. I got it all. But it's just that I can revert back to what I already know. But if you've never been through it and know, you're just gonna suffer. You're gonna suffer. So that is one of the things we went through some hurricanes and stuff here throughout throughout the years, especially when my children was young. Uh, we was already prepared, and all those things. And my wife, she's prior service too. So
Hmm.
it wasn't a tough sale, right? But she understood the importance of it, right? But even if she wasn't in the military, she know, hey, everybody looking at me to lead the way, right?
Right.
And make things comfortable, man. You cannot pay for that. You cannot pay for the
Dude,
skill sets
you
that
are
I learned along
so
the way.
right.
You
I
can't
can
pay enough for it.
remember, yeah. Um, and that's leadership. This isn't like, we're gonna talk about it on YouTube. It's just like shit has happened. And the maybe 4 or 5 times like we're loose. I remember once, it was the summertime and we lost power for 5 days because we lived up on top of a mountain and we got a lightning strike that just fucking, took out a transformer. And I lived on a 1 lane gravel road. The right side of the road had power, the left side didn't have power, and it took them a pretty much a week, maybe it was 5 days, to get power to the left side of the road. And you know what? It wasn't like who's going to lead or not. It's like, let's do this orderly. We got a gas grill. We are going to just grill everything in the freezer. It'll be great. It's summertime. Dude, I knew what to do because I've been through a dark ship. I've been through even the land nav in the middle of the night. Dude, if you lose your cool, you've lost everything. You always stay calm. You always, for me, it's like make it objective. Just stay cool. And that's, I hear all these people on YouTube panels talking about, well, I expect her to follow because men are natural leaders. No, they're not. You actual leadership, There are people who are born with some traits, but dude, it's got to be honed. It's got to be taught. It's got to be leaders are led and they assume leadership. No one's a born leader to that point. You got to be groomed. And there are people on these YouTube streets talking about leadership. I'm like, man, why? Why would a woman follow you? You sound like a mess on a YouTube panel.
Yeah, well, they couldn't even lead an ant to a picnic. Uh, and another thing, if you're walking and nobody's following you, you're just taking a long walk, right? And
Absolutely.
so with me, when those few times that has happened, where it actually hit us, here locally, hey man, hey, get together, right? And some people was retired soldiers, some people that no problem. We already know it's a leader. Stan, you the leader. What do we need to do? And we would sit up and we make up a
Nice.
plan and we'll go with it. And I've been in places where it was more civilian populated than military. No, they say, okay, you the leader, Stan, what we gonna do? And exactly, right? I didn't have to say I'm the leader, right? That is crazy, right? I've never see you lose it, right? Whenever you have to come into a place, your first briefing is that I'm the leader. Man, what? Hey, a leader, no matter what room he or she walks in or whatever, it's already understood, right?
Yeah,
You
there
know,
there is a thing about that. It's weird.
yeah, so the thing is, with me, my family, they got their pinkies out now, but they licky chewy shit, right? However, with me, I can put a cot, grab my rug, go wherever I need to go. I'll make it, right? However, me just make it is not the thing. Just like your objective, right, was to bring the soldiers back, right? Although you did it unconventionally. That's the thing with my family. Just because I can tolerate it, what kind of crap is that?
Right. Right.
What kind of leader are you, right? If you just say worrying about you, right? NCO Creed clearly tells you, you know, you don't put your needs above your soldiers' needs. You're a leader, and I'm like, guys, what are y'all doing? But yeah, man, yeah, I wouldn't change it for the world. People say, well, would you go and do it? Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Rather than dealing with you knuckleheads, you think I'm gonna have y'all running this? Come on, man. You asking a woman, you submissive? Man, I've been married for over 31 years. And I'm like, I've never asked my wife, be submissive. What? Who has these conversations, right? Hey, I'm the man, I'm the leader. I'm like, we never had those conversations. So I don't know where they're getting this stuff from, but that's fine. Bless their heart. You crazy as hell. Hey, we gonna do what we gotta do. And now your wife is your partner. My wife is not my partner. She's not my partner. She's my wife. She got another level of who she is, a certain
You
level of reverence and respect. But if I treated my wife like my partner, that I'm talking all this crazy stuff and we just go back and forth, man, come on, man. If your wife is your partner is your partner. Who's the one that you
you know what, Stan? You are right on target with that. Every now and again, and it's mostly, white people I've heard say this. Um, Probably white women or something. Well, I married my best friend. That I've literally, especially after my, wife passed on, you lost your best friend. No, she was not my friend. She was my wife. She's friend wouldn't describe it. You know, she was my
I agree.
wife. That
I
is
agree.
that's a level above. It is different. No, she wasn't my best friend. She was my wife.
Yeah, these words that
I've
people
never
use.
understood that point. So I get what you're saying and totally agree with it. My partner, no, she was
Yeah,
my
my
wife.
part. She's my hey, yeah, like with me. My wife, she's in another whole category. So my best friend, the stuff that we talk about, the stuff that we've have done throughout the years, that's my best friend. I would never do that with my wife. Are y'all kidding me? Shit,
It's
shit.
like my
Like that's my best friend. Man, I'm like, okay, guys,
dude,
y'all can
dude, you go hunting with your best friend
best
or you
friend.
shoot hoops.
Hey, salute, speak radio. But I'm like, come
What's
on,
up,
man.
Speak?
Yeah, man. My wife, she's in a whole nother category. That's shielded, right?
Exactly.
She's up here. But I'm gonna tell you, my best friend that we'll get in the dirt, we'll crawl up under the house if we need to do something or work on something, work on the car and do it. Man, get out of here, man. Me and my best friend, it's been many years since I've been out to my actual lounge or bar. I ain't doing that with my wife. Are you kidding me? And so I don't know how they make it make sense. She's your partner, she's your best friend. Man, my wife is bigger than all those put together. What the hell are y'all
It's
talking
like,
about?
you know what? After my best friend birthed my boy, I was cutting an umbilical cord. No, that wasn't my best friend. That was the mother of my child. My best friend wouldn't, dude, she's my wife. He's the mother of my child. Yeah, that's some weird shit. I
Yeah, you see how they so easy for them to blur the line? That's why they yell and fuss at their wife like they do, right? Because they yell and fuss at their best friend and their partner and do all that. Yeah, like, guys, are y'all serious right now? When you get married, you said y'all supposed to be in a whole nother realm. Her best friend can be who the hell she want, but she's not me. I'm like, man, if you don't treat your best friend like your wife or your husband, that is like the wildest thing on the planet, right? But hey, man, I'm telling you, this new thing that we're doing. It's like, wow, that we just blurring the lines. When I say, hey, that's my partner, I say that's my friend, and I say that about my wife. Let me introduce my wife when I go somewhere. And I say, hey, hey, Stan, who you got with you? I say, that's my friend.
right.
Boy, man, man, all my stuff be out of here before the ink dries. Oh, I'm just your friend? Oh, I'm just your best friend? Oh, now I'm your
I can,
partner,
oh,
right?
dude, I that what you just said, dude, that's in a chill. Oh, when she gets you alone, I'm just your friend, huh?
Yeah, I'm just your friend. Yeah, man, that is wild, bro. But nah, man, I hold her in high regards, man. That's my wife, right? And I cared enough about her. She cared enough about me for us to marry and have children, right? So how can my best friend? Yeah, my best friend did that for me. My best friend, come on, man. I look at my friends a different way than I look at my wife. It's like it's crazy, but fine, I ain't cool. I mean, y'all can be goofy all the hell you want, and that's a you problem. But yeah, I'm telling you, that's how you run into these brick walls. Everybody partners, everybody friends. I'm like, wow, okay, guys. You get what you get. Because in the military, I'm gonna tell you this: you go up there, even if you cool, have drinks with the 2 star, 3 star general, go in there in the big meeting, right, and tell them, hey, talk to him like he your friend, with everybody around. Boy, you all hell breaks loose in there. Try it.
Yeah,
I mean, I
that
got plenty of friends that are generals now, retired. Some are still in command sergeant majors and all that. Let me go in front of everybody else and just be sitting up there talking to that joker in front of the whole damn meeting. We got this serious situation. We got joint operations going on. I'm talking to joke like he's my friend. I'm like, oh, here we go. Yeah,
oh yeah.
but yeah, yeah. Come on, Stanley. Hey man, me and you can be cool, thick as thieves. We can grill out, family, no families. But when we
Dude,
get in that
and you know
meeting,
what?
you're the
I
officer.
had I told you about this bosun mate chief, when we went out to the bar, somewhere like Barcelona, it was Stan and George, but on the ship. And I paid him the utmost respect. He paid me the utmost respect. Dude, I remember that conversation in the bar. I'm like, Chief, out here, I'm Stan. I'm Stanley. And you know what? Because I respect he didn't even work for me. He was just, when I was a young 0102, he was always there with good advice. And you know what? I grew. I grew, and the best compliment I ever got from an old timey E7 is, you know what, Stan, you're an old time officer. I was like, I was like, what? You don't take shit. You know what? You just don't take shit. Dude, that was like the best compliment I've ever gotten from an E7. You're an old time officer. I'm like, well, good. Hey, you train me. So
You remember? You remember?
that's some heavy shit.
Hey, you remember when I got when you was telling the story about that that somebody a sailor walked by you and did salute you,
Yeah,
and you was like, even no
that wasn't
problem,
even the
and then
chief. That wasn't even the chief I'm talking about. It was, dude, that was after my first deployment. We were
mhm.
decom in the ship and stuff. No, that was dude, I earned his respect, and he surprised me when he did that, dude. Those E7s, you best listen to them, because 9 times out of 10, they want good order and discipline. They
There
will
you go.
tell you, dude, these E7s, they want good order and discipline. And they will train you up. You just have to be humble enough to, especially as an O1, even an O2. By the time you're, O3, you kind of have, what we call sea legs. But no, O1, motherfucker, you best listen to your chief or
Hey,
else.
yeah, but the funny part, right? Because my representation, and because they look at your records, that's the only way you can get in rooms, right? And we'll be in there, and I listen to officers, man, cussing each other out because y'all call each other by your first name, going off and going off and going off. And after they get through going off, and this happened many times throughout my career, and whether it was a full bird colonel sitting at the top, or a 2, 3 star general, I um, I said, "Sir, can I speak on this situation?" He said, "Absolutely, Stan." He calling me, he calling me by my first name. No problem, but
Yep.
I dare not call him by his. But and then I say this, because I already did the work. They done argued at each other this whole damn while. I mean, like round and round, about to choke each other out, right? Calling each other this and that. And then I come up with the plan and I said, sir, this is what I propose we do. He said, hmm. He said, we're going with what Stan said.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
that was it. Because I already knew after you go to enough of those meetings like that, you already know what's getting ready to go on in there. A lot of people be surprised when they go in a meeting for the first time, new people that got promoted or whatever, or changed sections or whatever, got assigned or whatever. They be like, holy shit, they back there nervous as hell. I said, chill, it's gonna be okay. And then I tell him what it is, and he said, well, we're going with Sam's plan. Why they about to they still huffing and puffing too, man. They still mad at each other. And I was like, yeah, it's meeting over because I ain't got time to be messing around with y'all. I got to get back to my damn soldiers, man. Y'all can take each other out later on, So so to get in those rooms for people to respect
Right.
your expertise. That just don't happen just like overnight. And I'm still friends with a lot of them, and because we got through some funky stuff together. I mean, some tough times, some challenging times, and just like you said, I mean, I help teach them, help them be better, them officers and stuff. And they started getting promoted and all that. Now all the officers want to say, well, hey, hey, Audrey, hey man, I'm ready to take this and take that. Can you help me study with this? I say, absolutely, sir or ma'am. It's like,
Mhm.
man, we all a team. We need y'all to be together. We got to be together so we can work together, right? So yeah,
Right.
man, that was the fun times in the military, man. We went through some challenging stuff, man. I mean, all them combat tours and and then stateside too, as well. It's just like I don't have time for the BS, right? And y'all can argue and fuss in this mess the whole day. And but you sitting there showing your butt in front of your raider. The damn person sitting up front is your raider. And they seen you showing your ass in here. I was like, oh God. I said, man, I can imagine what your OER is, officer evaluation report. I can imagine what they're gonna write on yours. So I mean, it is what it is, man. But that was the good old days, man. And they ask you, "Hey, would you do it again?" Absolutely. Who else
Yeah,
gonna do it?
there is at least in my limited little area, there's a healthy disrespect by black content creators, black male content creators of black men and women too, but mostly black men who went into the military. It I haven't. It's like I don't get it. CT's one of them. John Galt's another one. Where like I don't get it. um,
But the
like
majority of them
they
couldn't
are
hack it.
that kind of like they are that kind of successful.
Yeah, they
Um,
couldn't cut it. They couldn't cut it, Stan. The majority of people that I've seen talk
well,
like
I
that.
argue they're not cutting it in real life. If they
Yeah, I
were
mean,
actually cutting it, you literally wouldn't have time to be on YouTube. I know I
yeah.
didn't when I was married and raising a child.
Hey, hey, bruh, you see, because because I'm trying to spend some more money, that I earned. I said, hey, man, let me go back to school because I'm ready to go really push my my social media presence and I'll start my
Mhm.
8-week course. So that's what I'm on now. My wife is asleep, and she's a
Right.
licensed therapist, and she's get ready to start her own practice and do all that. So she need a rest. I don't need rest. I'm retired. Shit. Ain't no better place to it. Yeah, everything's good. Good, man. Good night.
Hey,
Boom.
Looking in the chat, someone asked if shouldn't I be in bed. Uh, I can sleep as late as I want in the morning.
Yes, absolutely. It's nothing like it. And I hope, that a lot of people get to experience this and still before they become worm food 10 toes up, right? It puts you in a different headspace when the hustle and bustle, majority of people, let's be honest, majority of people hustle and bustle their entire life until they become worm food. I've never wanted that for my life, right? Because now I get to spend time with my children, my grandchildren, and none of this stuff is going on, and boom, and taking care of the house, and renovations and all that stuff, man. It ain't for me; it's for them and their inheritance. But at the end of the day, I mean, I understand why people mad and upset. I'm like, man, can they work their entire life and don't get to enjoy any of it? Right? I was like, nah, man, I want to retire. I want to retire. Most jobs don't even give you 401ks or pensions anymore and all that. So what you gonna do? You're gonna be the same person that when you become elderly, when nobody will hire you, and they say, "Well, I got to make a decision to get my medicine or my food." I never wanted that life. And my damn
Right.
wife damn sure ain't going through no shit like that. And nor my children, nor my grandchildren. I set the stage for that. But they can just
Right.
keep being jabberjaws and do whatever they want. It doesn't change. We already in the history book. They gonna be in a book. It's gonna be the obituary book, and they gonna say, "Who are you? Who was this person?" Man, forget them jokers, man. They lames anyway. They can't move. They can't do anything. They high as hell all the time. They doing all kind of legal stuff. And they got more F's on the report card. And I was like, man, just stop talking about something you couldn't even qualify for, because no one went to defend this country. How would it turn out? So I mean, so it is what it is, Stanley, and that's why,
Well,
just like that.
I suspect this country would be like YouTube, disorganized and just full of starving people, I guess.
Yeah, but because my thing is that cool, no problem. This train gonna keep on rolling, with or without you, and I'm telling you, as they're making more cutbacks and cutbacks and cutbacks on you. Yeah, I want to see. I just want to live long enough for all the ones that talk that nonsense. I want to see how they actually turn out. You know, uh, Unfortunately, that if you're not gonna be able to defend your buddy, and this is the only time I mention this jackass named John Galt. He was on somebody's damn live. I can't remember which one, but he said that you got to use tactics to get people out. He said his one guy was so mad, he said he'd have beat the hell out of me and stomped me down. You can't even defend your own self in your own property. It's so cool. You old scary joker. But you talk tough. But I'm telling you, it takes something to defend. To be able to defend, you can't even defend your own property, man. Come on, man. Maybe you would have learned some skills if you would have went somewhere and learned some skills. Come on, I was scared. He was gonna beat the hell out of me. He probably would have. He probably would have deleted me. I was like, damn, you saying this live on a damn
Wait,
panel?
oh my lord.
Yeah, bro. That was like,
Well, here's the
that's a
thing,
hundred.
though. Galt's audience forgets what he actually says. It's the weirdest thing. I mean, I know John Galt And I also know enough about his background, dude. Um, it is a shame, where he is, but he's had a lot of privilege and he just didn't take care of it. He's obviously not starving and he's doing well, but dude, he's doing well, but what he's doing is not honorable. I'd rather be less monetarily successful and live with my kids
Hey, Stanley, do
and
me a
pick
favor.
and pick the right women.
Hey, Stanley, do me a favor. If I ever come on the stream and tell you, man, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. This person is gonna beat the hell out of me. This person gonna take me out. Man, do me a favor. Say, Stan, you are banned off of YouTube, period. There's no way in my dwelling that anyone is gonna come over here or in one of my properties. They're gonna tell me I'm afraid. I'm like, wow. I mean, bruh, that man, that was shaking in his damn boots, boy. And I was like, damn, not the tough guy, but it's fine. And I don't want to make it about him, but I'm like, man, I tell people all the time, choose a struggle because don't write. I mean, my late uncle, my favorite uncle, he used to always say, don't write a check your behind can't cash. You can talk tough all you want until it's in your face. Now what do? Coward,
Right.
run, or you gonna stand on all the nonsense you were saying? See, because one thing about me, I buy up all your wolf tickets. You can sell on wolf tickets all the hell you want, and I'll buy them all. Because some people ain't playing that nonsense, man. Yeah, just go on, and that's why, I came up on your panel. I hadn't been on panels in a while, but the thing is, I know just to leave certain things alone, and I'm not getting ready to sit up here and argue with people that are totally incompetent, and it's bad when Chat GPT can't help you. And I was like, wow. I mean, man, somebody that lived their life and devoted their lives and did studies, because that's part of their profession. And then you gonna come up there and Chat GPT can't save you. I don't know who can. They
Well,
just make
it's so
fruitless
funny.
arguments.
I literally don't have Chat GPT or any other AI set up. I don't need it. Um, I literally know how to do research. I came up. Well, you're not. Well, you're a bit younger than I am, but dude, I grew up before the internet. I literally know how to research from scratch. Internet is awesome because I don't have to go all the way down to the reference section in the library. But dude, I
I grew up at the
know.
best time.
Hmm.
I grew up at the best time because and I'm gonna give the mic right back to you because you made me think of something and I'm old and so my thing is I remember going to B basic non-commissioned officer training, NCO stuff, right? I went to BNOC, and that's the first time they introduced the computer, the laptop. Because normally when you go to school, they give you the manuals, the FMs, the ARs,
Mhm.
the TMs and all that. And it was this older to NCOs that was in there, and uh, and they washed out of the course. See, because they didn't know Control F was your best friend, and they didn't know how to navigate the computer. Now it was just manual. They would have been valedictorian and salutatorian and all that. But I came in at the best time because I came in when we were doing manuals. You had to read, do your research, and then all these things. Uh, that's why I never forget those skills, right? You had to do research, and I remember going to school that you had to do scholarly research. You had to cite your work and all that stuff, right? Uh, I don't care if you use Chat GPT. If you don't know what you're looking at, if it's
Right.
right or not, you still behind the curve, right? But you got the mic back. But that just brought me back way back in time when I first went to basic non-commissioned officer course.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna use the mic to sign off. I
Okay, brother.
actually need to go grab grab a sandwich.
Okay.
Uh, well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to rush you off, but I've been up
No,
here
man.
6 hours, and
Nah.
look, all I have to say is every time you come up here, dude, you made my night. You took me out of I wonder about fools like American Man to actually talking to someone who is an intellectual like someone we're talking to. You made my night.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, my pleasure. I couldn't get up there when you had called out for me, and I just wanted to spend some time because it's been a while since we spoke.
Yeah, it has.
Um, yeah, so nah, man, man, it's always a good time when I come over here, and yeah, man,
Well, dude, you
I
you
appreciate
are
you, bro.
you are royalty over here.
Yeah, man.
And I
But
mean that
hey,
sincerely.
yeah, absolutely, brother. Salute to you, Stan. Salute, dirty dude. And but yeah, brother, go ahead and do your sign off. But man, I'll catch you next time. I'll be around.
Okay.
I'll be around.
Yep. I will be back tomorrow, back to the old boring news grind. But it is what it is. And Stan, salute. Dirty dude, salute. You hung in there. But folks, as I said, I actually had a good time. And I y'all go look in the show notes. This Margaret Sanger thing, it's a little bit more complicated than, Margaret Sanger, evil racist. Um, she's problematic, but like a monster. I think Thomas Jefferson, I think George Washington, were bigger monsters. I think George McGovern. Um, there are all kinds of men and women who were her contemporaries, but mainly men who were literally kind of empowering her. But y'all are missing a big picture, and I think she's an easy target. Um, which probably fits into the misogynoir and all that stuff. So anyway, I'm gonna get my butt out of here. Enjoyed it. See y'all tomorrow. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna play this song out.
And have to go to what are you doing now?